Good morning and welcome to the Planning and Placemaking Committee of the 11th of October 2023. I'm Councillor Ian Massey, convener of this committee, and sitting on the top table with me today are from my far left, Councillor Grant Stewart, Vice Convener, Ms Jessica Guild, Committee Officer, Mr Jeff Fogg, Legal Manager, and on my right, Mr Christian Smith, Development Management and Building Standards Service Manager, Mr Sean Panton, Team Leader, Major Developments, and online is Mr Paul Williamson, Team Leader, Local Developments. And as this is a hybrid meeting, members joining virtually are reminded that if you leave the meeting during consideration of any application, you are unable to participate or vote on that item when you return to the meeting. This also means that if a member loses their internet connection during consideration of an item, they should not vote on the item. Please advise the clerk via the meeting chat that you are leaving the meeting or you have lost your connection and are therefore unable to vote on that item. And whilst we are operating a hybrid meeting for this proceedings today, can I remind councillors and officers to use the chat box to attract my attention, Q for question, C for comment. I will now ask the clerk to confirm any apologies and attendance of those in the chambers and online.
Thank you, convener. We have apologies today from Councillor James with Councillor Forbes substituting, Councillor Waters with Councillor McPherson substituting, and Bailey Williamson with Councillor McEwen substituting. We have some members online who allow us to confirm they're present, please. Councillor Forbes.
Yes, good morning, I'm here.
Councillor Leishman.
Good morning, yes, I'm present.
And Councillor Reid.
Yes, present. Good morning.
Thank you. All other members are present in the Chambers, convener, with the exception of Councillor Harvey. He's not present.
Thank you, Ms Gill. And I'd just like to welcome Councillor Reid to his very first Planning and Placemaking Committee as a new member. Councillor Allen, even. No, Councillor Reid's been here before. Councillor Allen. Now, declarations of interest. Do any members have declarations of interest? I see that there's a DI from Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, convener. Yeah, I'd like to declare non-financial interest in paper 511. That's the Bridge of Erne major application, and I'll withdraw from the meeting for that.
Thank you. Are there any more declarations of interest? No. Okay, moving on. The minutes of the meeting of the 6th of September 2023. There's been an update to the minute, a copy of which all members of the committee should have received. Direction 1 is now a condition, the condition 57. Can I ask the committee to agree with the updated content of the minute? Thank you. Deputations. Will the committee agree to hear deputations on item 511, 512 and 522? Thank you. So we move on to our first major application. This is a major application for the erection of 110 dwelling houses, associated infrastructure, access, suds and landscaping at land 150 metres southwest of Kintillo Cemetery, Bridge of Erne. And to introduce the report is Mr Panton. Thank you.
Thank you, convener, and good morning, councillors. As stated, the first item on the agenda today is for the erection of 110 dwelling houses and associated works on an allocated site in Bridge of Erne near Perth. We are recommending approval today as a minor departure from the adopted local development plan. The departure is that the site boundaries extend slightly beyond the site allocation in the local development plan. However, as none of the houses themselves are located within the area out with the allocation, and it is only a footpath and landscaping proposed here, we consider this to be acceptable and consistent with the neighbouring recently completed Ogilvie Homes development. I will now take members through a short presentation to discuss the proposals in more detail. Here we see the location of the site. The site is located on the southern edge of Bridge of Erne, known as Kintillo. The site is bound by the Meadows, which is a residential street to the west, Dumbarney Avenue, which is a residential street to the north, Wicks of Bigley Road to the east, where there is a Gospel Hall and Kintillo Cemetery present beyond, and an agricultural field to the south. You can also note the proximity of the site to the M90 motorway network. Next slide, please. Here we have a proposed site plan. You can see there is a through road from the Wicks of Bigley Road to the Meadows, with secondary streets leading from this road. It is worth mentioning that this road through is a site-specific requirement of the local development plan. From this site plan before you, you can also see the proposed suds basin to the north, which is the lowest point of the site. This basin will also provide a suitable buffer with the existing commercial uses beyond this. To the south of the site, you can see the proposed landscaping and footpath network, which will link the Wicks of Bigley Road to the recently completed Ogilvie Homes development, which lies beyond the Meadows to the west. There is also a landscaping strip proposed, shown in green, as a buffer between the site and the Wicks of Bigley Road. Next slide, please. Here we have an illustrative street scene. You can see here that the development proposed is either 1 3/4 story or bungalows in nature. This will reflect the neighbouring built environment and will result in lower completed heights than the aforementioned adjacent Ogilvie Homes development known as Patackway. Next slide, please. This plan shows a typical elevation. The finishing materials are to be white coloured dry dash render with facing brick, grey concrete roof tiles and anthracite grey UPVC windows and doors. Where plots have a garage, the finishing materials of the garage will match the dwellings. Next slide, please. We now move to a series of recent photographs. This first image is taken from the Wicks of Bigley Road looking towards the site with Bridge of Erne in the background. The pink arrow roughly denotes where the site access will be obtained from. It is worth noting from this image the topography of the land. You can just make out this photograph is taken from a slight lip on the land. The majority of the building work proposed will be contained within the area below the lip. Next slide, please. This next photograph is again taken from Wicks of Bigley Road, this time looking west towards the Meadows, with the site in the foreground. The yellow arrow roughly denotes where the secondary access to the Meadows will be obtained from. Next slide, please. Again, this image is taken from Wicks of Bigley Road and looks south towards the slight ridge of the land which was previously mentioned, highlighted by the blue arrow. The topography of the land along this boundary will help to soften the impact of the development when viewed from the south. Next slide, please. This photograph is taken from the entrance to the Kintillo playing fields looking back towards the site, which is the field denoted by the red circle. Note the height of the existing buildings in this location. Next image, please. Moving round to Dumbarnie Avenue now, this photograph shows the approximate location of the northern part of the development where the suds basin will be located. The suds basin is to be located here as this will be the lowest point of the site. It is also worth noting that there will be a footpath connection from Dumbarnie Avenue to the site from the approximate location of this photograph. Next image, please. This photograph is taken from the Meadows, with the site being on the right. The orange arrow is the approximate location of the secondary vehicular access as required by the local development plan. Next slide, please. Here we have the existing footpath and newly created landscape buffer provided by the adjacent Ogilvie Homes development, which can just be seen in the far right. The application under question proposes to connect to this footpath to provide active travel links. Next slide, please. This photograph again shows a recent footpath, which will be connected into roughly where the car is parked in the image. Next slide, please. This final photograph shows the Ember bus stop in the centre of Bridge of Erne. It is proposed to upgrade this bus stop to a shelter with a real-time passenger information screen as part of this development. Next slide, please. Thank you, Convener. That now concludes my presentation. I will leave members with the proposed site plan for reference.
Thank you, Mr. Panton. I'll now pass over to the Vice Convener for the deputations procedure. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. We'll proceed with the deputations. Can I call on Mr. Bruce, Chair of Bridge of Erne County Council? Good morning, Mr. Bruce. You have 10 minutes to have your deputation. I'll give you a prompt after 9 minutes to let you have a minute to summarise. And whenever you're ready, once you're prepared, I shall start the clock when you start talking.
I was on holiday and spoke with the chairman whilst on holiday last week and have not had the opportunity to circulate the papers that I've got my notes on. I haven't had a chance to circulate the notes that I worked on all weekend in order to make some observations here and to collect the correspondence that I've received from members of the community upon the fresh information that is now exhibited to you, which we had not previously seen. So if I may, with respect, leave copies of my notes in case anybody wants to question me on the substance of our considerations. A very important document is the original page 156 of the local development plan, which describes quite clearly what's been approved and adopted since 2019 as the local development plan. This has been understood by all our community to be what the existing arrangements are and provisions are for development of this field, which we've noticed has been unused as an arable field for some time. Very important to note the position of the cemetery, which is beside the Wicks of Egley Road to the lower edge, which is actually the east. Very important to note this. Very important to note also the high altitude of this topography here, which is a raised beach, descending down to the Suds area down here. And also important to note that at the point here, halfway along the Meadows Road, the drop in landscape heights is 7 feet from the existing field to the existing road. And that's important to those who live opposite this, who will be dazzled by the lights of the cars leaving the new site as they climb to the new altitude road. So we have, unfortunately, 3 main parts to this discussion, and my preface is that we have unfortunately suffered from a lack of communication from the planning department and have had to fight tooth and nail to get information in time for consultation process to happen, given that we're given 10 days to respond to issues, but we only convene once a month. So I've had to summon extra meetings and work all weekend in order to consider this application. So we are very concerned that lack of communication has made it almost impossible for us to convene as normal. But immediately we spot that this is in direct contravention of the existing local development plan. The area is not a minor diversion from this. This is a 28% increase in land occupied. 28% is not an insignificant number. It should also be pointed out that initially this was to be a site for 55 houses. So when figures of 110 houses are advocated, that's a 200% increase upon the original option. That is not a minor consideration. We find that to infer that is really unfair and it's not right to do so. It's a significant, a very significant increase. We're also slightly concerned that in the handling report, which you have before you, policy 6 is referred to. Policy 6, when you research the details, which I have cited and have evidence here, refers to specific issues covering places where there has not been a dedicated boundary delineated by the adopted plan. The boundary for this LDP is delineated, it is defined, and as far as we know, is the law. Now, to adapt this by this extent without any prior consultation is frankly undemocratic. And the local constituents are really quite concerned that this threat to them is being imposed by an undemocratic process. And that I have said. So we have also had subtle issues with procedure. Not all the evidence is available on the planning portal. 2 plans are missing The most important one being that I mentioned just previously, which is the elevation plan, describing how the access road, the secondary access road, will get up to the meadows. And because you have a 7-foot drop, this is going to need a ramp of some considerable extent. Now, it doesn't really matter where the ramp is or where the rise is. Cars leaving that site at night are going to hit the sitting room windows of the houses facing. Now, this is really rather obscure because it's been advocated that this secondary route, as described in your plan there, is the preferred route, and that it was decided in the LDP version 2, 2019, that this route was the proven one. I'm afraid I must take you back to page 156, which shows distinctly that the access route should be by the northerly route, leading and directly connecting onto the Patak place, forming a very good crossroads. Not involving any private residences because they are all facing away from that crossroads. So those people will not notice the cars coming and going from this development because they don't have any windows facing that way. So we have a new idea that is grossly impacting the residents, and we have the original, which didn't. So we ask you to seriously consider whether this proposal is the best one, whether it's the most aligned to your previous local development plan, and whether it's actually the most thought out use of the space available. We have issues about the building height and the fact that the suggestion is to build more houses further south is putting them on higher and higher and higher ground, raising their ridge line to higher and higher and higher in the landscape. If you stick to the original line, which was at the base of the slope, any house built at the base of the slope wouldn't impact upon the ridge line. But if you allow houses to be developed up the slope, their ridge lines are going to be included in the landscape, which is unfortunate. We're concerned that too many critical Section 75 topics are being left until after the determination today. And that's really not very good, because should negotiations continue in the Section 75s, the community is not allowed to contribute to that discussion. They're excluded from that. We think that is undemocratic. The site of the electricity substation needs some consideration, and I have a specific paper from a community member about that. They're very concerned about the fact that it's unnecessary to bring the substation into the middle of this development when the existing substation is exactly north of the SUDS area in the plan that you can see in front of you. So why bring it into the middle when there are many health concerns about the effects of radiation from these substations, and the fact that it's being dumped right in the middle of the domestic houses. So we have concerns also, serious concerns about the fact that we are now faced with more than 100 houses being developed here. We've already had the Ogilvy development next door, and there is an extant condition on the Oudenaar development that should 100 houses be completed, a new school is definitely required. So we're boxing and coxing. I'm looking at that photograph over your shoulders, gentlemen, because that is the site. And we have the Oudenaar development to the east, on which, if 100 houses are built, a new school will be built. But here we don't have this requirement. And yet, primary infants aged 5 are being bussed away from their local community to schools in Perth because of a lack of schooling available in Dunbarney. There is no question that the education grant that is being collected on this will raise somewhere between 330 to 660,000 pounds, but that is not enough to redevelop Dunbarney School. If it was added together and done, the children would no longer need to be bussed from this community up there. Now, some of these children take over an hour to get there, and they might only be 5. And they're travelling on their own in pretty, well, in all weather that you can think of. And that comes back well, brings me forward to a condition for the community benefit that I wish to mention later, which is in my written deputation. So we think that quite a number of the houses should not be permitted. We're not averse to the main block being developed, but it's wrong to develop it to this extent to the south. And we think at least one street, if not two, should not be allowed because they are out with the local development plan. So we have mentioned the fact it's 28% more land. Is it really? Right. There is a defined boundary, so policy 6 does not apply. None of the conditions in policy 6 apply to this case. They're not relevant, shouldn't be mentioned. And there really is so much wrong with this application. There's 9 pages of notes. 10 minutes at this late stage in the game is not enough. But I have mentioned the main points. We think that to contribute to a private enterprise bus station on the A912 is an insignificant contribution to the local community. We advocate that, given that the extra children are going to be needed to bus into Perth, that every bus stop in Bridge of Erne, Oudenarde and Kintillo should be replaced with a modern all-weather bus stop so that the infant children who are forced to travel are at least protected from the weather. We also advocate that the development company should be asked to contribute to the brand new development trust, which is available in Bridge of Erne for long-term benefit of the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce, for your contribution. Would you be willing to take any questions from members? Could I call on members to submit questions into the chat function? And please bear in mind that I'm using the chat function with the video, so sometimes there's a bit of a lag from the other teams. So please submit your questions. Councillor Brun.
You seem to have a definite lag there, the past convener, I must admit. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Bruce. I just want to clarify, we're talking about the extra land. You were saying more land has been included, which wasn't on the page 156 of the LDP. My understanding was that, maybe I'm getting this confused, was that land is going to be purely for landscaping and paths, so there'll be no building on that extra bit of land, so that the actual building work, physical buildings, will be within the plan that we have in front of us. I know you won't be able to reach that, but hang on.
I don't have a pointer. You might see up there the cemetery. That's when you look at page 156. The limit. And this area here, from my interpretation, this whole area here is encroaching on the sloped area. All of these houses, I've got the numbers written down, carefully researched and written down in my notes for the meeting. And I think you will find that these four, all of these and these are encroaching. Now, I'll get a shake of the head. We are unable to place one over the other. Sorry, I'm just a farmer. I am unable to take that and place this over that. But I think you should perhaps ask for that to be clarified.
Yeah, I will ask to clarify that, but as I say, my understanding at this stage is that the extra land on the LDP outside what we've got on our map here, which you've got, is going to be for landscaping and pathway, but we will clarify that. But we'll come to that with officers later on. Thank you.
Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, Vice Convener, and thank you, Mr. Bruce, for your presentation. I missed the point about the substation. Whereabouts on the plan is it roughly? Can you identify it?
Okay, I'm going to have to turn away in order to point up at the plan. But I mean, those who know better, please correct me. But I think it's this undescribed square there above my marker. Undescribed. The rest have got houses in, that hasn't. Now, on the, and the reason it's up there is, I don't know, to get it in the centre of it. But the nearest substation is at the very top, up at the junction with Edinburgh Road. So why cable it all the way into the development when the unpretty and people have anxieties about these things be placed down here, when in point of fact the place to put it is up there, and then supply the electricity to each property from the top end? Seems strange. People don't understand why.
Just to follow up on that, which house is being affected? Is it on the other side of the Meadows Road? Yeah.
The house is affected directly by the visual impact, and perhaps the radiation from the substation are not described. They're in very faint drawing here on the left, the west of the Meadows.
There are no further questions, Mr. Bruce. Thank you. I now call on Mr. Lindsay. Morning, Mr. Lindsay. Again, 10 minutes. I'll give you a prompt after 9. Whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Convener, for this opportunity to speak this morning. The committee has much to discuss, and I have no wish to delay proceedings. However, there are several important points regarding this application that I wish to bring before the committee to help inform the decision making. Excuse me. These concerns are not just my own, but also those of my neighbours, the 12 other households resident in the upper part of the Meadows, and as an active member of the Bridge of Erne community, where I co-run the baby and toddler group, I also have the privilege of expressing wider community feeling on the profound social implications of this development. The committee has already had the opportunity to consider my 2 objection letters, plus those of my neighbours, so it's not my intention to repeat or labour that content here, but instead I wish to respond directly to the report of handling. Now, although Mr. Littlejohn and his team have gone to commendable efforts to accommodate and in some cases mitigate resident concerns through the conditional recommendations of this report, we strongly believe there are significant factors that haven't been satisfactorily addressed, and I'd like to take this time to cover 4 of them. The first relates to this electricity substation, and those are concerns that have been raised. And the substation was added to the plans after the community consultation phase had closed. So it's not something we've had a full opportunity to respond about. It's placed right next to an established housing area on the Meadows. And to answer that particular question earlier, it affects houses 29 through 32 on the Meadows. It's positioned, for those online who couldn't see, the 3rd green tree dot up on the left-hand side of the development is the approximate location of the substation. So as you don't see you can see greyed out the properties on the Meadows on the left that are directly affected. The handling report doesn't mention the legitimate concerns that were raised at all, or offers justification for why the substation has been sited where it is. The station won't serve the Meadows residents at all, and we can't understand why it must be here when there are 2 extensive greenfield edges to this development where it could be placed without detriment to the existing or the new residents. And this strikes us as surely quite an easy amendment that could be made. My second point is I'd like to invite you to turn to sections 82 and 83, roads and access of the handling report. The justification here focuses on why the number of vehicle and pedestrian access points is necessary, but this was never in dispute. The considerable objections relate to the vehicle access onto the Meadows, which is a significant departure from the route suggested in LDP2. Now, LDP2 has H14 west access forming a crossroads with the eastern exit of the H72 Ogilvie development. Now, this facilitated permeable interconnected neighbourhoods, which is something the LDP is trying to achieve. It also resolved a nasty blind T-junction and dispersed H72 traffic, easing congestion on Kintillo Road and the Lower Meadows. Now, by deviating from the plan and tucking the H14 access away in the Upper Meadows cul-de-sac, all the benefits are lost, to say nothing of the extensive additional ground levelling work that's going to be needed. Lower down the meadows, the ground levels are pretty much equal where that potential crossroads could have occurred, but at the top end, as noted, is a considerable change in heights. My third point, I'd like to jump to section 105 on healthcare. Now, the NHS response confirms that the development will place additional pressure on a stretched health service. The committee is reminded that these are Perth's beleaguered facilities, which are already struggling after taking on the existing Bridge of Erne population when our surgery was closed. NHS also states that it's too late to resist an allocated LDP site, but being too late to resist doesn't constitute plan approval. When LDP2 was drafted, the village still had a doctor's surgery, and its presence allowed for the phased increases in the village population prior to the completion of any facilities in the H15 Oudenarde development. Now, I'm sure if LDP2 had been written after the loss of the surgery, it would have taken into account the lack of healthcare provision in the village and made different development recommendations. Surely it's illogical to proceed with a plan irrespective of the major facility losses that have occurred in the village since the plan was created. Now, my final point is the most concerning, and I urge the committee to give the most careful consideration to revising the recommendation that you'll find buried in section 111, Developer Contributions Education Provision, and in section 117, Legal Agreements. Here we see that the response to the wider community's grave concerns about the capacity of Dumbarnie Primary School is to place a very modest financial condition on the developer to transport primary school pupils to Perth for their education. This model is currently in place for Oudenarde, and every day we see its negative fracturing effect on the community. Primary schools aren't just education centres. They are the social heart of family community life. Children, parents, grandparents and carers alike. Children forge friendships and social networks that transcend status or neighbourhood boundaries. Adults come alongside each other through shared experience. They interact at pick-up and drop-off and social events. They develop connections, understandings and friendships that are often long-lasting. Transporting primary children to other population centres deprives families of joining a key social system in the places where they live. The whole village community suffers as a consequence. We lose cohesion, we isolate people, we create sub-communities and generate social integration issues. Don't take my word for it. Ask Councillor Ellingworth about the social challenges caused by the disconnect between the Oudenarde and Bridge of Erne communities. From my own conversations with parents, I hear the pain and resentment at them being blocked from the village school when your H72, that's Tack Way kids, are permitted entry. Sense of difference and perceived privilege and justice permeates through the generations, and we see the impact. We have increased antisocial behaviour and vandalism along the interfacing streets. Do we really want to create another example of this in Kintillo? Now, I haven't even touched on the mental health impacts on young people or indeed on their education. We're talking about 4 to 5-year-olds being taken miles away from their homes and families on a daily basis. These kids are tiny. And I know for a fact that my son wouldn't have been emotionally ready for that upheaval when he was 4.5. His learning's already being negatively affected by the composite classes required at Dumbarnie Primary to accommodate the H72 intake. That's an intake Dumbarton should never have had to accommodate it. Let me put it more plainly. Busing primary-aged children to school in Perth is tearing the social fabric of our village apart. Extending this model to another development area will perpetuate the problems and turn them chronic. The authors of the LDP knew what they were doing when it came to this issue. Development of H72 and H14 were to be phased to reflect the construction of the new school at Oudenarde. Problem averted. But we haven't followed the plan. In the handling report for this development, Mr. Littlejohn describes the departures from LB2 as LDP2. Brilliant, thank you. He describes them as minor. But when you combine them and the previous H72 departure, and consider that we're talking about the overarching build phasing here, they become major. By preconditioning H72 and H14 with the second phase of Oudenarde, the local development plan was ensuring that the village had the physical and social infrastructure it needed to accommodate and flourish with an increased population. By breaking from this phasing, the village is ill-equipped and further social disintegration is inevitable. Returning to the plan, delaying H14 until Oudenarde School is underway, or Dumbarton has capacity to expand, is the only reasonable solution to stem the social fracturing of Bridge of Erne. On behalf of the community of Bridge of Erne, I appeal to you today to reconsider the phasing, timing and conditions on this development. We're not looking to prevent it from happening. It's a pretty good proposal for the most part. Great, okay.
Are you willing to take questions from members? If members could submit questions into the chat box, please. Councillor Braun will take your first question.
Sorry, Martin, just the first one, yeah. Got three, but if I can, okay, fine. Thank you for your presentation this morning. My first question is really links two things together. You were talking about the substation, and you were talking about the other entrance to the secondary entrance, which crosses the meadows. From what you were saying, if those two things were resolved, and I'm talking about site issues first of all before we go any further, if the substation was relocated, if the access was put back to where it was on the plan we have, would you be happy with the site then? Forget outside areas for the moment, just the site itself.
Yeah, regardless of the phasing and the broader issues to do with the village, yeah, it's a pretty good proposal. And yes, movement of the road and the substation, the residents would be as content as they can be with a new development.
So for the second question, Vice Convener, we mentioned about the surgery closing, which is a piece in here. 105, thank you, colleague. It's now closed, I understand. So where is medical provision for people living in Bridge of Erne and Oudenarde as it stands now? Where do you have to go for a GP?
As it stands now, Perth. The entirety of the population has been rerouted into Perth surgeries. So my family's and most of mine in my area are Taymount surgery. I'm lucky if I can get an appointment within 2 weeks. When my son was having, my younger son, who's 2, is having breathing difficulties, I had to take him to Scone to see a nurse. That was the closest and the quickest they could get me seen.
And my last question comes back to the school. You mentioned about the schools, and I've noticed in here that the contribution is some 420,000. Would that not make a difference to the existing school?
If you go to section 117 in the legal agreements, the money is allocated towards transportation. All that money is allocated towards the busing, transportation of the pupils into Perth. So none of it is allocated for increasing capacity at Dumbarton. it's purely movement of pupils, and I mean that money is going to. We're talking something that's going to have to happen over a prolonged period of time. That money's going to vanish, even if it's just going into transport.
Sorry, can I just have a follow-up on that one? I'm looking at 117, and you mentioned transport infrastructure, 351,000, but it does say a commuter sum for primary school education provision, 426,000. I would assume that was to expand the existing school, would be my thought.
My understanding was it was on transport. Just running through the handling report. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, certainly. I mean, I see that as those are the alternatives. I guess the thing I'm trying to push is we shouldn't be moving primary school pupils into Perth. The preference is the only solution is either to increase that capacity at Dumbarton, which would be the ideal actually, as opposed to a second school, because it allows all the families to congregate into that bigger community heart, which is the primary school at the moment. I mean, I'm not a developer. I couldn't tell you how far 400,000 would go in terms of, but it strikes me as quite a small sum if you're, say, having to convert a new building and creating new classrooms, employing new staff. Pretty much every class at the moment is a composite class. Just pull a quick example. My son is currently sitting in a primary 3 class when he's primary 2. He's just come out of P1 and he's one of 4 kids now doing P3 classwork. He's effectively skipped a year, which he's not necessarily ready for, because they just don't have the space, they don't have the teachers. So I would like to think that there would be enough money to expand that capacity, but as I said, I'm not a developer. I would wager that's nowhere near enough that would be needed when we're talking about all these kids.
Mr. Lindsay, there's no further questions. I'm going to call on Mr. Laird from Scotia Homes, the applicant. Mr. Laird, I'm sure you're familiar with the procedure, and when you're ready to start, I'll start the clock.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk to you today. I'd like to say that I consider the planning report to be fair and balanced and reflects all of the work that's gone on both prior to submission of the application and during the determination process, and we welcome the recommendation that's been made. In preparing the master plan, we've sought to create a development which will be a worthwhile addition to Bridge of Erne. The architects that we have employed are very experienced master planners who we've used for several developments, all of which have been well received and have won several design awards. Some of the key characteristics of the master plan include the creation of landscape buffers on all sides to give due consideration to the neighbouring parties. Specifically, these include green corridors on the western and eastern boundaries to give protection to the residents in the meadows and also to provide screening from the M90. A generous area of open space has been formed to the south, which will tie in with the landscaping, which has been formed as part of the Ogilvie development on Patak Way. And this will allow the formation of a coherent settlement edge and also allow the formation of an attractive footpath link formed within the landscaped area. The landscaped area will be provided with timber benches together with items of natural play equipment, including timber steps, balance beams, bridges and ladders. And all of this will be set within an expansive grass area, which will be comprehensively planted with trees and shrubs to create a strong landscape buffer from the south. The overall area of open space is roughly 6 acres, which includes a large area to the north of the development, which is focused on the Suds Basin. As part of the emerging requirements of NPF4, there is now a real focus on ensuring that Suds features encourage wildlife and recreation, and this will be achieved as a result of the footpath links which are proposed and the proposed planting which has been designed to encourage wildlife. As part of the development, we are proposing a biodiversity action plan which includes a number of measures which will enhance biodiversity. These include extensive lengths of planting along the eastern and western boundaries and wildflower meadows, particularly in the open area to the south. It's also which will be integrated into the development. At the moment, the site has limited value for bats. However, we hope to improve this by installing 30 bat boxes on site. 36 bird boxes will also be added to the houses, and a network of hedgehog highways will be formed throughout. Finally, wildlife curbs will be included to protect amphibians during periods of heavy rainfall. In relation to house types and house mix, the committee report accurately describes the mix which is proposed. The LDP requires that we ensure at least 10% of the mainstream units are 1 or 2 bedroom units, and the mix achieves this. And the committee report also states that 73 of the 110 units will be 1, 2 or 3 bedroom units to ensure that a good mix of smaller sized houses is provided. One of the benefits of the development is the delivery of 27 affordable units, and the mix of these has been agreed with Kingdom Housing Association and the council. 8 of the units will be for mid-market rent and 19 will be for social rent. In terms of the house designs, these have been carefully considered by our architect, and the design features are carefully set out with narrow widths and steeper roof pitches to try and ensure that the development fits in with a traditional Scottish town. One of the key features of the layout is the positioning of the houses closer to the street. This has the benefit of avoiding an over car parking dominated development and also creating a more pedestrian friendly environment. The finishing materials are subject to planning condition, but we're pleased to agree to an appropriate brick colour to fit in with the Bridge of Erne palette. The proposed renewable energy technologies are a combination of air source heat pumps and photovoltaic panels to meet the policy requirements. As stated in the committee report, we made a number of changes to the development during the design process. This started off with the layout of the affordable housing. At the pre-application consultation event, there were concerns from the neighbours on Dunbarney Avenue who felt they were being overly dominated by the housing. So we changed these from 2-storey units to bungalows to help reduce the impact, and also reorientated some of the units to minimise the impact. We're aware that a number of other points have been raised by the community, and we've tried to take on board as many as we can. On the point on the access, that has been given quite a good discussion. We met with the Community Council in February, and the point came up requesting that we move the access on the meadows further north. The positioning of the access on the meadows is quite a conscious decision. We feel that having it further north, joining the crossroads with Patak Way, or further up towards Patak Way, has the potential to create a rat run. You would just travel more quickly through the development. The positioning where it is on the meadows is designed to encourage it to be used as a secondary access to reduce the likelihood of traffic travelling quickly through our development, and it's really to tie in with the overall concept of designing streets. So we've given a lot of thought into that, and that's the reason we've positioned the access where it is on the meadows. In terms of the substation, there's a buffer between the meadows itself, roughly 8 metres or so, and it's positioned at a lower level from the adjoining houses. So the visual impact, I think, would be minimal in terms of the houses on the meadows. So that's the reason we've kept it in that position. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Can members, I've got one in already. Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, Vice Convener. I'm just curious about the piece of ground at the bottom of the site, the southern end. Is that going to be handed over to the council once you've completed the work?
We've been in discussions on that. Our preference is to retain that and factor it ourselves rather than hand it over to the council. That's generally the approach we take with all our developments. We create a factoring company that all the residents pay into, and they then are responsible for the maintenance on an ongoing basis going forward. The council have advised that they are looking for the play area to be adopted by the council, but the broader landscaped area, open space area, we would look to factor ourselves.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Vice Convener, and thank you for your presentation. You mentioned at the very end of your presentation there about the substation. Is there any particular reason why it can't be anywhere else to satisfy the needs of the locals who have objected to where it's actually going to be positioned?
The location is really driven by the power supply that runs down the meadows. So we positioned it there so we could connect into that. It could be looked at, a relocation of it. It wouldn't be impossible to do that.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Vice Convener. Our papers indicate that this H14 site, the number of units on it was between 67 and 104. You've gone slightly over that, but you also mentioned in your deposition there the increase in the number of 1 and 2 bedroom properties. For you, is that designing these smaller households to meet that local demand? Is that why you're at that top end of that number?
Yeah, if it does have an influence on that. If you're going to increase the number of smaller units on site, they take up less space. So it does push the number up a little. That's a policy requirement that we have to adhere to. So if you've got a larger number of smaller units, then it tends to increase the overall number of units on site. In saying that, the density of the development is very low. It's around 6 houses to the acre, which is a really low density compared to a normal residential development. So in no way could it be described as an overly dense development.
Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Vice Convener. Thank you for the deputation. My colleagues asked about the substation, and you said that's a possible. The access point, which you mentioned, was the rat run. This was another concern by people. If it was put back to where it originally should be, you said it could be used as a rat run for people, but I would have thought that if it was there, then you put physical speed restrictions in, speed bumps, cushions, whatever, that would stop the rat run and would satisfy people's concerns about that access. Is that possible?
I mean, that sort of traffic control measure we're trying to move away from that, really. It's more the design layout of the road network that we try to use to control the traffic rather than speed bumps. That's a bit of roads officers maybe confirmed that that's a measure that's really almost retrofitted to existing streets to try and prevent traffic speeds and control traffic. So, of course, that could be done. When we looked at the LDP allocation, you'll be familiar with it, it's a broad line showing a route across the site. We really didn't think that was trying to indicate where the road was going to go. It was more a confirmation that we had to provide a route across the site. And this issue has come up. It's been given a real good discussion. I mean, we could do that. It's not impossible. The road level or the difference in levels between that part of the site and the meadows is greater. So you would have to ramp the road up more. One of the other reasons for having it in that location is that the ground level is slightly higher. So naturally the road can connect to the meadows. But the main reason is this designing streets reason to try and discourage a more direct route through that area.
There are no further questions, Mr. Laird. Convener, there's no further deputations. I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Vice Convener. Can I ask members if they have any questions for officers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, convener. Forgive me, I am new here, so I'm going to ask my question and you can tell me if it's relevant and pertinent. Presentations and representations today dealt with schooling and healthcare in particular. Can the planning team give me some further clarity on planning considerations and why we would grant this application given the really poor provision of the area currently in place?
Thank you, Councillor Allen, and like convener said earlier, welcome to the committee. So the first thing is for the education, I'll start with education and do healthcare. So just to confirm, Mr. Lindsay had raised it in his objection. The children from this development will go to Dumbarnie Primary School. They are not to be bused to Perth. Now, in Bridgeverne, there are two different catchments, and it's essentially the M90 motorway that divides it. To the east of that is Oudenarde, and there is no school built there yet, so they are bused to Perth. To the west of the M90 is Dunbarney, and this site falls west of Dunbarney. So these children will go to Dunbarney. Dunbarney is at capacity, as Mr. Lindsay quite rightly pointed out, and that is why we've sought an education contribution of £426,000. The transport infrastructure contribution has got nothing to do with paying for buses for school children. That's to upgrade the road infrastructure in the area. So that's just to clarify that point. In terms of the healthcare provision, the NHS and the Health and Social Care Partnership were consulted as part of this application, and they have acknowledged that there are pressures in Bridgeverne. However, they have also acknowledged this is an allocated site and they've made no objection to the application on that basis. So hopefully that confirms the education and the health care side of things for you.
Bailey McLaren.
Right, thank you. I would just like to go back to something that Mr. Bruce brought up in his deputation. Section 75 topics that the community were precluded from discussions, therefore undemocratic. Maybe Mr. Fogg could just expand and clarify that sort of concern that was raised.
Mr. Bruce is right that where the committee mandate approved the application, it would then be incumbent upon legal staff to conclude a Section 75 agreement with the applicant to make provision for the areas that are itemised in the report of handling to be covered through developer contributions. However, I would say that that agreement is essentially to give effect to the Council's approved supplementary guidance for education, for transport contributions, for play areas. And that is a public process that's displayed on the website, which shows what was approved by Council, submitted to Scottish ministers and was done publicly. It's simply a means of entering in a contract to give into effect what is acknowledged Council policy in relation to those respective contributions. So in that respect, there's a degree of public transparency to the process.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, convener. I'm just a wee bit concerned about the extra 28% of land over and above what was agreed. I assume that landscaping is required as part of the application. And if this landscaping was not on the extra 28% of land required, it would have to be incorporated elsewhere. And I'm assuming this would lead to less land for housing. And if this was the case, could the officers tell me how much reduction in housing stock there would be if it was on the original footprint?
Thank you, Councillor Reid. So yes, firstly, you are correct. This does extend beyond the site allocation, hence why we've got it here as a minor departure from the plan. Now, the landscaping proposed at the south isn't the only landscaping that's proposed here. From the plan in front of you, you can see on the eastern boundary, there's quite a significant landscape buffer shown in green there. To the north of the site, around the Suds Basin, as Mr Laird said in his deputation, there's quite a lot proposed around there to encourage wildlife and biodiversity and the likes. And finally, to the west of the development, before the meadows, there is a large buffer there between the existing road at the meadows and the development. Now, in terms of the site boundary, all of the area that is proposed for landscaping to the south is out with the settlement boundary, and all of the building that is proposed is within the site allocation. Now, it is accepted that some of the building that is within the site allocation is within the area that's indicatively shown for landscaping. However, we have looked at what has been developed next door with the Ogilvie development. We've looked at the topography of the land, and there is suitable justification here. It makes more sense to put the planting on the topography of the land because it's higher up. It'll help screen the development. So yes, there is an increase in the numbers here, but there is suitable justification to depart for it. Hence why we've got it here as a minor departure from the plan. So hopefully that answers your query, Councillor Reid.
Well, not quite. I just would. I suppose you don't have the number. If it was reduced by 28%, what would be the number of houses that you could possibly be built there? Do you know?
Yeah, that's not something we're able to answer as planning officers because it would obviously be up for a developer to come up with a scheme. But as Mr Laird has already said, the density is relatively low here compared to other developments which have been granted not only by this council but all other councils across Scotland. So the density here is pretty good in planning terms, and we're content with that.
Thank you.
Councillor Braun, you've got two quick questions. Are they related, or want to ask the first one?
I'll ask the first one, then we'll leave a gap. And it comes back to, I know I can't remember the gentleman's name from Scotia, mentioned there's a possibility of moving the substation, which is fine. Going back to the actual access, is there any reason why we couldn't have it put back where the development plan situated? And how this point came up, he made the point, I just want to clarify, the fact that it's illustrated on the plan, is that cast in stone in the first place, put that way? Thank you.
Yeah, so firstly, the LDP plan is indicative, and the purpose that we are looking for is to see a through road through the development. Now, like Mr Laird says, this has been through scrutiny, and it was found that if they did connect into exactly where the LDP indicative plan shows, it would be used as a rat run, particularly from the people that live in the Patackway development, because they would come down Wixabegley Road, go through the Scotia development and into Patackway. And obviously, in the purposes of good placemaking, we don't want to see a scheme where we're creating a rat run. So there is justification for creating it more of a secondary access to discourage people from going through the scheme. I know you questioned Mr Laird about the use of speed bumps and the likes. That is not something that contributes to good placemaking, and design is how we eliminate things like that. And this design proves that this will reduce the rat run effect and make this a safe place and high quality place in terms of the placemaking policies.
Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I'm interested in the idea that we're going to have a factoring company that look after the green space round about it, and I'm looking for some officers' views on whether that's a normal practice. Down in my ward in Longforgan, we've got a very similar situation where the land was given over to a factoring company, and of course the maintenance of it's been pretty poor. Some of that land is now up for sale, and I'm concerned that the risk here may well be similar to what we're seeing in Longforgan and other places. Looking for officers' thoughts and views on that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. In this case, we welcome a factor. So the neighbouring development, Ogilvie Homes, is factored by Hacking and Patterson, and the footpath connections and the likes here are to connect into that development. So as it's connecting into a development that's already factored, we are quite content that the continuation of a factor in this development is a reasonable approach.
Can I just follow up on that? I mean, that's great that you're happy with it, but are there any concerns from residents who live in that neighbouring development that you've just referenced? Because I certainly get them from my residence in Longforgan, admittedly 15 years down the line.
Yes, obviously I can't speak on behalf of all of the residents in that development to say whether they like their factor or they don't like their factor. However, what I can say is if there are concerns with factors not meeting the maintenance schedule and the likes, the council can intervene because it would be a breach of the Section 75 legal agreement. So if there are concerns that people aren't maintaining areas as per the agreement, we can intervene if required, but we've not had to do so with the neighbouring development.
Thanks for that. And convener, sorry to come back, but just a third question. Is there a possibility under the arrangement that's been proposed that the factory could sell some of this land in the future?
Yes, that is a possibility, but we run that risk with all proposals. Even if the council were to adopt it, there is a risk that the council could sell it in the future. So we can never guarantee that land ownership will remain as it is. It could change.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, convener.
Maybe just to add to that, Councillor Forbes, there remains the requirement under the planning proposal in front of you that it would remain as open space, and any alternative uses would require planning permission. And if that was undertaken without planning permission, it would be a breach of both the planning permission that would be in place and the Section 75 legal agreement. So land ownership is sort of irrelevant. The control would remain in place.
Okay, thanks for that.
Just saying that. Thank you for those answers. Who's next? Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, convener. Section 23 of our paper talks about, in the first point on that, the landscape framework is required to develop north of the ridge line. I think one of the deputations gave concern that some of the houses were starting to crawl up that ridge line and therefore start to overlook and be higher up. Is that the case, or has that been met?
So firstly, in terms of building height, as I pointed out in my presentation at the start, the completed building heights will actually be lower than the neighbouring Ogilvie development. So just bear that in mind for a first point. For a second point, the area that's to be landscaped to the south, that is the highest point of the site. So there will be no houses higher than that landscaped area to the south.
Just to confirm, so across the whole site, all the ridge lines will be below the height of the neighbouring site.
Correct.
Thank you. Councillor Allen, you have a second question.
I do, thanks, convener. At section 45, it talks about contaminated land. There's potential for the site to be impacted by contamination as a result of former use of the land. Is that something that has been assessed, or is that something that's still to be assessed?
Thank you, Councillor Allen. That is something that is still to be assessed, and as per standard practice is recommended as conditional control. So if there is a concern that there may be contaminated land on any site, we always put a condition on that must be addressed prior to the development starting. So we've got a condition in this instance.
Councillor Braun, I'll let you ask your second question.
Thank you very much, convener. Surprised me there. It comes back to the LDP again, Mr. Panton, if I may. We mentioned about the access route, which I understand is indicative, but the plan does quite clearly say there should be a phased start development reflecting the construction of the new school at Oudenarde. It does quite clearly say in there a phased development, and should we really be departing from that? I mean, that's a more concise statement.
You're quite right to point that out, Councillor Braun, but it's not that we're departing from that by any means. This development, when the LDP was created, at that point it was unclear what the future of Oudenarde would be, hence why there had to be provisions to make sure that the school would be delivered in line with what's at Oudenarde. But that has been considered by our department, and because this is within the Dunbarney catchment, it's going to have no impact upon the children in Oudenarde. So we're not departing from that, and it has been considered.
Councillor Cuthbert, you've got 4 questions.
I'll do the first one first. Bus stop, that's the planning gain. Given what happened in Scone, can we have reassurance that this can actually be delivered, that the ownership of the land is in the control of the council or the developer?
Yes, so obviously we had a bit of a lessons learned from the development in Scone, and we've worded this condition in a way that has a tail piece on it. or any other alternative location as agreed by the council. So if for whatever reason this bus stop can't be delivered where we've asked for it, we have the tailpiece to ask for it elsewhere in Bridgeburn. So it won't be a repeat of the Scone instance.
Thank you for that. My second question relates to the schooling. You say that all the children from this estate will go into Dunbarney. Dunbarney is at capacity, so that presumably means other children from Bridgeburn will have to be bused from other parts of either Oudenaarde or Bridgeburn. You're shaking your head.
No, so that, like I say, Dunbarney is at capacity, hence why we've asked for an education contribution, but this will not impact upon anybody else who is in the Dunbarney catchment. Like I said earlier, the children that get bused to Perth fall within the Oudenaarde catchment, and it will not be proposed to change anybody who's currently in the Dunbarney catchment to also go towards Oudenaarde.
Maybe just as a supplementary on that, the contribution would be used to investigate how capacity could be increased at the school. That could take a number of forms, whether it's redistributing space within the existing building, adjusting classrooms, etc., a number of things, and the Education Authority would look at that and decide what was the best course of action if and when pupils were to arrive that would exceed the capacity constraint within the school.
Okay, my third question. I'm just wondering, the road junction that comes onto the meadows, has that been checked against policy 55 light pollution, or has it not been looked at?
In terms of policy 55 light pollution, it wouldn't be something we'd assess against the road junction. But what we have done is we've looked at it in comparison to ground levels and the likes, and our transport planning team have no objection to that. As part of the development, they will be required to apply for a road construction consent application, which will have proper detailed levels about the junction. And at that point, things like light pollution to neighbouring properties would be taken into consideration. But in short, that is something that is looked at and will not be dismissed.
Mitigation measures within the road structure be considered in terms of opposite the road, there is sort of a pull-in bit, and there's a section of path or something, so you could plant that with something to prevent the light pollution.
And then maybe just to clarify, the light pollution would relate to constant and permanent lighting that would impact on residential property in a way that wouldn't be standard. What we're looking at here is a standard junction on a road accessing onto an existing road opposite an area that separates the housing from that road in itself. So we don't see that there would be any issue in relation to light pollution that would be any different from the many junctions all across Perth and Kinross and beyond.
Thank you for that. My understanding is the issue is that the cars will come up the ramp get onto the meadows, and the lights from that will be shining into people's rooms and houses. So that's why I was asking the question. I appreciate it's not permanent lighting, but it's possibly more intrusive, if you like, if it's every now and again it suddenly starts.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Convener. Can the school improvements be commenced before the development starts? Because they will be required.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Reid. That would be a matter for the Education Authority to programme and investigate what would be the most appropriate route to take. The planning system accommodates the provision of the contribution, and then it's to be taken forward by the Education Authority. But again, in terms of planning process, we would address an issue as it arose, and it would be for the Education Authority to decide whether or not they needed to do it in advance.
So the Education Department have got the authority to put that in as a stipulation?
The Education Authority would receive the money at the point of the Section 75 setting that out in terms of the payment structure. It would be for the Education Authority to then action the works that they considered were required.
So just to be clear, that could be up front then, or has that got to be wait until some houses are built?
Again, just to clarify, that would be a matter for the Education Authority to determine whether or not it was programmed in advance or at a point when they felt it was appropriate.
Thank you. Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Convener. It's a very quick question. That's just to clarify from my own mind. We start building houses, get primary school children moving in, they can go to Dunbarney School. If that's still at capacity, they won't be denied access. They will still be going to that school. Is that correct? Just to clarify. Yeah.
Yes, just correct. No children would be denied entry.
Thank you. And Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, I'm just wondering, do we know how much committed sums there are for educational purposes for this housing market area? Is it something that could be focused on the school at this stage?
I don't have those figures in front of me, Councillor Cuthbert, but we could certainly look at that. But the whole purpose of taking contributions is to address impacts associated to individual planning applications. So whenever in this case, for example, the impact has been identified and the contribution calculation made to give the figure attributable, that money would then be made available to the Education Authority, who would then require to consider how to action the improvements or other adjustments required, and that would be taken into account cumulatively relative to other contributions that have already been made.
Councillor Forbes, you have another question?
Yes, thanks, Convener. If you don't mind, can I just return to, I think, what's just been talked about, but also specifically Councillor Reid's question, and it was about the money to fund the education. I understand that the planning people can't speak on behalf of the education, but can I ask, will this money be with the council, or could it be with the council before the development starts? Or do some houses have to be built before the council gets their hands on that money, irrespective of whether it goes to education or who makes the decision about how the school is upgraded or when?
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. So we will not, if an approval is granted today, we will not issue the decision until the Section 75 is completed and signed by both parties. And as part of that process, we will agree a payment plan, if you like. That may be that we receive the money upon the completion of each dwelling house, upon the completion of each 5 dwelling houses, but we as the council will have the power to agree that with the applicant. But we will not be issuing any decision for approval until a Section 75 is concluded, so that we can ensure that the contributions are effectively secured.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I see there is no further questions. Give it a second. I ask for a motion. Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Convener. I'd like to move a motion that we accept this planning application as it sits. I think that the discussion we've had around about the road access and road network has been adequately explained, and yes, nobody wants a through road where speeding and risk to pedestrians and children would occur. I think the increase in the size of the site, but only accommodates the actual development to the south of this, I think isn't just an asset to this site, but will be an asset to the surrounding area, to Bridgeverne itself. So I'd like to move it as we come. I don't think that the site is overdeveloped. I think that the density is appropriate. I'm excited to see the house mix that is there, with 2-bedroom houses, with mid-market rent, with social houses, and with private houses. This is the type of mix that we're looking for in Perth and Kinross. So I'd like to move that we accept this application.
Bailey McLaren, do you propose to second?
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I do. Councillor McEwen just beat me to that with his fingers. Yes, I do support the application as it sits with us. I feel that all concerns have been adequately discussed, and satisfactory answers have been provided by our officers, particularly in hearing one of the concerns about the relocation of the substation. So I would encourage Scotia Homes to possibly look into that further, but I'm very happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I see we have an amendment from Councillor Braun.
Yep, thanks, convener. I'd like to, start by saying I concur with, to some extent, with Councillor McEwen and Councillor McLaren. The site itself is nicely laid out, I think. I have I have more concerns rather than trying to confuse, but I would like to have seen the access changed in line with what people wanted. I did use the example of speed bumps, but that was just I should have said physical measures perhaps to control speeding, but I understand the reasoning behind it. I do think the substation needs to be moved. I'm wondering if that can be conditioned, that it's moved. Mr. Fogg or Mr. Panton, you'll be able to advise me on that. But my real concern comes back to an old issue, and that's health provision. This has been brought up many times by myself and Councillor Drysdale previously, always questioned that. But it's actually here on the paper that there are concerns. The GP practice has closed in Bridge of Erne. I'm not sure how many people live in Bridge of Erne, but I would say it's reasonable to assume that with 104 houses, you'd have at least 200 more residents living there. Where are they going to go for their health provision? Now, the gentleman, Mr. Lindsay, I think it was, said that you have to go to Perth, which I understand. Okay, that's fine. But can those GP surgeries absorb this number? And that is my concern. 200 is a big number of people to absorb in. So my thoughts are in twofold, and Mr. Fogg might be advising me this. One is, can we condition the moving of the substation to a more amenable site? And the second suggestion or move I'm making is that can we defer this for clarification from the other GP surgeries that they can absorb this number of people. I think we are a responsible planning authority. I think, given that it's been mentioned here, there is a concern. We know that the GP practice has closed. I can't think it would take a lot to make that check, to find out for our own peace of mind, due diligence really, to see that these surgeries can absorb this number of people. I'm going to have to take some advice from Mr. Fogg now and see what he thinks on those 2 points.
Yeah. Councillor Allen, you're going to second.
Well, I think there are questions maybe. It might be helpful if I answer the questions first before, because that might establish whether or not.
Okay.
Convener, my answer to Councillor Braun is that it would not be competent to defer to seek further clarification from NHS Tayside or otherwise in relation to the capacity of the other practices to absorb the impact of this development. The Council approved the current development plan as a proposed plan in December, I think, 2017, and subsequently adopted this plan following an examination before government-appointed reporters. All stakeholders, including NHS Tayside, were consulted on the proposals, including the land supply of the Perth housing market area, and at no stage did they oppose this. It really is incumbent upon them to make appropriate provision arising from the planned scale of development that we're seeing through the development plan, and the committee should presume that there will be, and if there's not, that there will be made available appropriate medical provision for the impacts arising from housing development. So I don't see there's any scope to get that further, to ask the question. It will have to be met. In relation to the substation, you heard from Mr. Lane, Laird, beg your pardon, on behalf of Scotia Homes that they would be prepared to look at it again. They have reasons why they think the preferred site is sensible and fits with the topography and has a justification, but he did say it could be looked at again. I would just appreciate if we could just confer just a little bit longer with Mr. Panton on the feasibility of that as a condition of an approval, if you could just bear with me. Thank you, Councillor Brown. That was helpful for my own thinking. I think the shared view to the committee this morning from both myself and from my planning colleagues is that there isn't a clear planning reason that would justify through a condition the reciting of the substation. But you did hear that it's something the developer may be willing to consider. I think therefore my advice was that the application ought to be approved in the form before you today. But if the developer wanted to consider further relocating it, that could either be done as a non-material variation that wouldn't need perhaps permission, or they could seek a Section 42 application to vary it slightly if they found in consultation with the community that there was an alternative. But I think in the absence of a compelling planning reason why, I don't think we could justify it through a condition.
Thanks, Mr. Fogg. I'm happy with that. I mean, if Mr. Laird says he's happy to talk to the community, then I'm happy to take that as said. On the question of the health issues, I understand what you're saying, but this was drawn up in 2017. That's 6 years ago. The consultations took place. Everything's changed so much since then. And I do feel, I'm probably generalising there a little bit, but I do feel that given the changes, and in this instance, we know there's a problem in Bridgend. We should, we should be checking this, but it wouldn't take long to check it and get a letter back. If they come back and say we're fine, that's it, we've done our checks. But I'm just a little bit concerned that 6 years have passed since this was done.
I think what needs to be understood is what hasn't changed is the scale of development that's being advocated through the plan. That's still a constant. It's not like we've said in the plan preparation it's going to be yay size in Perth and suddenly it's increased by 40% or something material. It still remains as we had advocated, so there hasn't been a change there. It's just time has passed. Practices have changed, and yes, you're right, in the intervening period the Bridge of Erne facility has closed, but I accept that. But the housing numbers are still as was contemplated when this plan was being promoted and considered by the health as well as the council, and that's the difficulty you've got here.
I'm sorry, Mr. I don't want to labour the point, obviously, but when this was drawn up, the GP practice was there in Bridgend, and it's not there now. So circumstances have changed. That was thought, but I know where you're coming from. But you obviously see my point as well, which is fair, okay. But I think that's a change of circumstance, really, which needs to be looked at. But Mr. Smith, come in.
Thank you, Councillor Braun. I appreciate this is a question that is really raised quite regularly, and maybe a bit of clarification and reflection again. The responsibility for making healthcare provision lies with the NHS and Health and Social Care Partnership in Bridge of Erne. My understanding is that the contract between the GP practice and the Health and Social Care Partnership NHS was ended. It's then the responsibility for the NHS and Health and Social Care Partnership to deal with that issue, and obviously there are queries to be presented to them as to whether or not the way in which they're dealing with it is appropriate, but that's not something that the planning process can become involved in. We don't have control over how the NHS deals with the ending of contracts, and they maybe need to look at how they should be doing that, and there are other parts of the council's organisation and involvement with the Health and Social Care Partnership that could perhaps look at that. But at this point in time, as Mr. Fogg has said, the site was consulted with the NHS and Health and Social Care Partnership for the volume of housing that we now see. They raised no objection at that point in time. We are not changing the numbers that are in place. It's fully appreciated that things have changed over time, as is always the case. Change is constant, but through the planning process, unfortunately, we can't use that as a justification to say that this development is not acceptable because there is not currently a practice in Bridge of Erne. That matter should be addressed by the Health and Social Care Partnership and the NHS jointly, if that gives some clarity.
Councillor Braun, are you withdrawing your amendment?
Sorry, yes, I'll have to withdraw it because obviously, but the point, I think the points are made, obviously, but I understand the other side as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Reid, you have an amendment.
Yes, convener, and probably it'll be deemed to be incompetent as well. Like Councillor Braun, I'm very concerned about the lack of infrastructure in the area, but mine is more concerned with the school. A school is either at full capacity or it's not, and So I don't know how you can glibly say that every child will be incorporated in the primary school if it is at capacity, is it at full capacity. And I'd like to somehow incorporate into the motion, which I do approve of and agree with Councillor McEwen and McLaren. It's a good one, but I'm concerned about the education, and I'd like to somehow introduce into the motion that the education department get the full funding as soon as is possible to ensure that there is capacity in the primary school. I don't know if that can be incorporated in any way.
I don't like being the bearer of bad news. It seems to be my role this morning, Councillor Reid, but we have a established practice and supplementary guidance policy for securing education contributions. The developer has the option of paying them up front, but that's not actually something we can insist upon. It is, as Mr. Panton explained this morning, normal that we agree with developers that payments are made normally as and when houses are built out, but on bigger scale developments such as this, it can be on the completion every 5 or 10 houses. It would not be reasonable to say, right, give us the £400,000 up front before you commence development, because that's not the way we treat other developers, and I don't think we could justify it departing from that here. It would not be reasonable. We don't know this morning what the school expansion plans are for Education Authority, and we can't commit the council in that capacity this morning. I can say that as a matter of course, when Section 75s are agreed, the Education Authority has a finite period of time in which to spend that money, normally 10 years from receipt. So they can't sit around forever, or they would have to reimburse the applicant. And I doubt the Education Authority would be wanting to do that. But we can't insist on prior payments. We will receive them if the developer wishes to do that, but it would not be a reasonable imposition on this particular developer.
Yeah, I suppose I hear what you say. The trouble with that, getting it piecemeal, is you can't actually embark on any formal process, because you do need a significant amount of money to make any improvement. And if you're only getting £10,000 every house or whatever it is, and it takes 10 years to build it, you'll be returning your £10,000 from the first one because you won't be able to spend it. I really do think we need to get our infrastructure in order, both health and education, and it seems to be a recurring theme that we just don't do it. And I just want to be quite forceful in this. I think we are letting down the local population significantly.
I mean, we're at risk of moving out with the particular merits of this application, Councillor Reid, but I think many would say this authority has been quite progressive in the substantial expansion of its school estate over the last 10 years that I've been here, and the expansion of the development of new primary schools and expansion of the existing stock. We can choose as a council to precede contributions. We've already got contributions from the Ogilvie Homes development. We're not tied to the phasing and progression of this site alone. But we have to still treat this developer in a proportionate and consistent manner. But we have choices that we can make as an education authority. But I'm sure David Littlejohn, Ben Wilson and colleagues in education would be happy to come along and explain further the approach they do and why, and what assurances the committee could take. But it's not really for this morning.
I hear what you say, Mr. Fogg, and I totally agree. But if a school's full, it's full. That's all.
Councillor Reid, are you withdrawing your amendment?
Yes.
Thank you. As there is no amendment and there's only the motion, then permission is granted for the development with the conditions contained in the report of handling. Thank you. Yes. I propose that we take a 5-minute recess before the next paper. Thank you. Hello, welcome back, everyone. We just move on to the next item, which is the erection of 90 dwelling houses, 2 residential blocks comprising of 10 flats, associated infrastructure, access, SUDs and landscaping, in part allocated to site H69 at land 150 metres south of Station House, Forfar Road, Meagle. And to introduce the report is Mr. Panton. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. So the second item before the committee today, as stated, is for the erection of 90 dwelling houses and 10 flats and associated works on an allocated site in Meagle. Of the 100 units proposed, 75 will be for private sale with 25 affordable homes. The dwellings comprise a mix of detached, semi-detached, terrace units, bungalows and cottage flats. I will now take the committee through a short presentation providing further details. Here we have the location of the site. The site is approximately 5.5 hectares and is to the south of the A94 and to the east of the Dundee Road. The site is bound by a mix of uses to the north and west, including a school, with the main adjacent use being residential. To the east and south, the site is bound by existing trees and agricultural land. Next slide, please. This slide shows an extract of the local development plan, showing the allocation of site H69. You can see here in better detail the relationship of the site with Meagle itself. Next slide, please. Here we have the proposed site plan. The primary vehicular access is to the north of the site connecting to the A94, and there are a number of pedestrian links on the remainder of the boundaries. You can also see the proposed play area and playing fields, which is a large dark green coloured area. Next slide, please. This is the proposed landscaping plan. On this plan, you can make out the extent of the proposed tree planting and areas to be landscaped. You can also see the location of the SUDS basin, which is at the other side of the A94 road. Next slide, please. Here we have a typical elevation plan. The dwellings will be finished in white dry dash render with sections of facing brick and weatherboards with grey concrete roof tiles. The windows and doors will be grey UPVC units. Next slide, please. We now move on to a series of recent photographs. This first image shows the approximate location of the access of the site obtained from the A94. Meagle Village Centre is found if you follow the A94 to the right of the image. If you note the location of the silver vans to the left of this image, this will help you get your bearings for the next photograph. Next photograph, please. Here we have an image of the site when viewed back towards the access. The access to the site is beyond the vans, which I drew your attention to on the last slide. The red arrow denotes the approximate location of where the suds basin will be located at the other side of the A94. Next slide, please. This photograph is from the centre of the site looking towards Meagle Church. The yellow arrow shows where one of the footpath connections to the existing village will be obtained from. Next slide, please. This photograph moves round from the last image, looking towards the back of the properties along the Dundee Road. You will note here that some work has been undertaken to date. This work is purely in relation to the archaeological dig that was required in order to satisfy Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust. No works to date are considered to be a breach of planning control. Next slide, please. Moving round again, this now looks towards the southwest corner of the site. The green arrow denotes where the footpath link to Meagle Primary School will be created, and the blue arrow denotes where a further footpath link beyond the bowling club will be located. Next slide, please. This photograph shows the remainder of the agricultural field. The application before you does not include the entirety of this field and only includes the area which is allocated in the local development plan, which is approximately a third of the way up this image. Next slide, please. This image goes back to Meagle Church and shows the area of the proposed footpath connection in greater detail, denoted by the red circle. Next slide, please. This final photograph shows where one of the other footpath connections will connect to the existing village, again denoted by the red circle. This footpath connection is the one just beyond the bowling green, which lies beyond the hedge. Next slide, please. Thank you, Convener. That now concludes my presentation. I will leave members with the proposed site plan for reference.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. I'll now hand over to the Vice Convener for the deputations process. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. Can I call on Mr. Stark from the Meagle and Ardler Community Council? Good morning. Are you familiar with the process, Mr. Stark? So whenever you feel ready to start, when you start talking, I'll set the timer. I'll give you a prompt after 9 minutes, and I'll switch your microphone off, and when you're ready, you can switch your microphone on.
Thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak. Our community is not against development in principle, but the scale of this development in proportion to the existing number of properties gives rise for concern, as is reflected in the 59 objections, I repeat, 59 objections that were recorded on the planning portal. This from experience is a very high level which reflects the concerns of the majority of our residents. We have reservations over the integration of a large number of new people coming into the village, which will almost certainly be the case, and are already experiencing conflict between residents of the Glenlouis Green development completed some 2 years ago, and nearly all of whom have moved into the village from elsewhere. Policy 22 of the Local Development Plan indicates that the provision of a SUDS area will control the excess water into Meagle Burn. We've received insufficient clarification to allay our fears of flooding risk to our community, and it is feared that the proposed SUDS site and outflow into Meagle Burn will exacerbate the situation. We were advised that flooding in Meagle is forecast to be a once in 200-year event. However, a local resident has been flooded out previously, and rain over the last weekend, and I have emailed photographs to PKC showing flooding on the Forfar Road due to runoff from the development. We predict this will increase the hard surface planned within the proposed development. Alexa daily weather information persistently reports from Meagle there is a flood alert. Global warming and unpredictable future weather patterns will increase flooding risk in our village. The report Para 67, Section 75, developer contribution to Victory Park for ongoing maintenance and repair of circa £27,000 over 10 years has not been discussed with the local community. It would make more sense for a play area to be provided in the development to preclude children having to cross a major main road to get to Victory Park. This would also have closer proximity to Meagle School. On the advice of Councillor Stewart, we've written to the convener and vice convener to request that if planning approval is given, a condition is placed on the developer to negotiate a more realistic Section 75 sum to include benefits agreed by and considered beneficial to our village, and not just reduce green space liability for PKC. The current offer from the developer equates to £27 per property per year, which appears quite paltry to our community. Para 70 of the report, economic impact. There will be low economic impact as there are no jobs in Meagle, apart from those provided by our 4 businesses, a convenience store, 2 coffee shops, one with a deli, and a hotel that is mainly a bar offering food at weekends. Work may be available in Perth, Dundee and Aberdeen, which would require new residents to travel out of the village for a day, creating a dormitory development with little spend in our village businesses. This will also increase traffic flow through the village above the estimated volumes quoted by the developer, and a minimum of 12% increase as a result of the Cross Tay Road link. Para 64 of report archaeological. We were never afforded access to the first archaeological report, which we could not access on the planning portal. We do not know when Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust made their observation on the planning proposal. We believe, however, that this was prior to the more detailed investigation by AOC, which has uncovered a site of historical importance. We were led to believe that we would be afforded sight of the AOC report and findings and receive presentations which will be made to our local community before any planning decision was made. This would afford an opportunity to include retention of this site and artefacts, which together with our Pictish Stone Museum and other historical sites could be used to stimulate tourism in our village, and which would benefit local businesses and create additional employment. Traffic movements. The developer in his public consultation suggested a total of 75 vehicle movements per day out of and into the development. Scottish Government statistics record vehicle density of 1.4 per household. On a development of 100 properties, this would realise 140 cars. With no work opportunity in the village, it is incredulous that vehicle movement has been portrayed at such an unbelievably low level. Additionally, movement in and out of the development will present traffic hazard for those vehicles going into Dundee and create a rat race through Strathmore Place, which is a connecting road between the Forfar Road and going on to the Dundee Road. We have no doctor, dentist, chemist or children's activity groups in Meagle, so to facilitate access to these, a notable increase in vehicle trips will result. This will be compounded by an underestimated increase in traffic of 12% as a result of the Cross Tay Road link. Housing mix and finish, policy para 14, we consider the housing design, mix and finish to be incongruous to our village. We attach to our objection Meagle Profile version 1.3 to support our view that to be successful of any building programme must satisfy 2 basic requirements. A new development must be integrated into the existing village by sensitive to the potential impact, size and density of housing with appropriate and varied design, rural rather than urban, using a variety of building materials such as those that define Meagle's character. This does not include little white boxes. Any new development must be a positive benefit to the whole village and should add to the facilities currently available. We see little or no evidence of this. Access to Dundee Road via a footpath is included in the planning proposal. No agreement with the landowner on this ground has been concluded. A footpath along the redundant railway line was also included in the plan, but again, no agreement on this appears to have been concluded with the owner of the land. These 2 points should be made conditional if the plan proceeds. The planning requirement to open partial roads to the top of the development, which would facilitate the building of a further 100 houses, is most unwelcome, albeit that this is not included in the local current development plan. So in conclusion, our community is not against development in principle, but is against the overwhelming scale of this one in relation to the current level of housing and number of residents. A scaled back number of properties would prove more acceptable to the residents of Meagle. Evidence of flooding exists, and more information needs to be shared with our community to allay fears that this will not increase. PKC have to date been unable to effectively clear gullies on the Dundee and Forfar roads and in the square. Section 75 should benefit our village. There is no evidence of this if the proposal is approved in its current form. No evidence has been provided to demonstrate where economic benefit to our community will come from. We have provided evidence that this will not. Archaeological research has been completed of what we were told is a historical importance, but this is not being considered before a decision is being taken on whether to proceed with the development. Nothing has been shared with us on the possible preservation of this area and the artifacts retrieved from the dig. Traffic movements in and out of the development have drastically been understated, so require to be readdressed and included in the conditions on the developer should the planning application be approved. Design, finish and mix of properties is considered to be incongruous to our historic village. We are a rural historic village, not an urban development. We respectfully request that the Planning Committee refuse this application until further detailed investigation and local community consultation has taken place on the issues we have raised. This will prove that local democracy matters. I would like to just briefly add that Councillor Hugh Anderson was going to speak as an objector today, but unfortunately he has been hospitalised, so he is unable to add his contribution. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you for your presentation. Are you willing to take questions? Yes. Could members put in the chat if they'd like to ask questions? Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Vice Convener. I've got two very linked questions. I wonder if I can ask how many houses there currently are in Meagle and how many flats there are in Meagle.
I don't have the exact figures in front of me, but flats there are 10 in the new development, which was completed 2 years ago. Houses, I think the number, we have a population of around 355. So working on the basis of sort of 1.5, you're talking less than 200 houses.
Thank you.
Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Vice Convener. Thank you for your presentation. I'm coming back to the archaeological matters. You mentioned something that it's now been classed as a site of historical importance, if that's what I understood. I really want to understand what your points of view were with regard to this. Would you be looking for the site to be obviously assessed, photographed, recorded and then covered over, or would you be looking for the site to be dismantled and put into a museum, or would you prefer to see the site left as it is for its archaeological historical significance? But you did mention something about it now classed as a site of historical importance.
Yeah, the AOC, who under contract from the developer were required to actually take up a further survey, actually notified us that it was recorded as a site of historical importance. Our Meagle and Arklow Community Development Trust held a meeting in Kinloch Hall, attended by 70 people from the village, and they overwhelmingly voted for a retention of the site and the artifacts. I wasn't able to be at that meeting, but that was what was recorded in the minutes of that meeting.
Sorry, Committee, can I just have a quick supplementary on that? It was, you mentioned the AOC have come up with this concept, this side of it, historical importance. Did I understand rightly this has come up since this report of handling?
The AOC investigation has been sort of ongoing for about 6 months. They notified me as Secretary of the Community Council that they were expecting their final report to take about 6 months. Or further number of months before that was completed, and at which they were going to give a presentation to the village. They did hold a couple of days of open site meetings where they said it was a site of historical importance, and that they would be making presentations to the village on their findings of a pictorial basis and of some of the artifacts that have actually been found. We were under the opinion at that stage that this would be concluded before the final planning application was processed through this committee. That has proven not to be the case.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Vice Convener. Thank you for your presentation as well. Under LDP, it shows the size of the development piece of land that is available. You would have known that. So is your objection about the number of units? Is it the type of units? Can you just expand on that and help me understand fully, please?
Yeah. It obviously is about the size of the development and the fact of the size of our community. And I mean, one could add that this is taking up valuable agricultural land that could be utilized for the production of food, as it has been for centuries. The actual white boxes that I referred to, one could replicate exactly what we heard prior to this presentation for the Bridge of Erne. And apart from the new boxes that were produced 2 years ago, which are of a similar construction, the whole of the village of Meagle is a mixture of design and mainly stone, etc., which fits with this rural community. To put in 110 white boxes around that is really totally incongruous and would rip the heart out of what is a village community.
Coming back again, just trying to get some clarity in my own head. You're complaining about 110 units and the fact that they're all going to look like white boxes. What would be acceptable in your eyes? Is it 50 units? Is it 75? Is it 30? Is it none?
Sorry. Yeah, I would suggest that a figure of approximately 50 or around that would actually be something that could be integrated into the community, more so than the 110 houses.
Councillor Brown.
Sorry, Vice Convener, I've actually got two now because the gentleman's mentioned something which is correct. But the first question was, would you think it be acceptable then to have houses built around this archaeological dig that's preserved, and then the houses around it, suitably designed, of course?
Not having attended that meeting, it was my understanding that that's what the 70 people who attended it actually voted on the basis of not losing something that that was recorded as having historical importance.
If I may just have that one last question, it was you mentioned the land itself. Is it classed as prime agricultural land?
It's been utilised over hundreds of years for the production of food. I mean, I'm not a specialist to determine whether it's prime, but the fact that it has been utilised in that way for hundreds of years would tend to indicate that even this year they've planted wheat or barley or something which has just recently been harvested. So it has that use.
Bailey McLaren.
Thank you, Vice Convener. Yeah, I would just like to, if you could maybe expand a bit further your concerns. You said there's already a conflict with recent Glen Louis Green development with interaction within the village, but then you stated that you feel that this will rip the heart out of the community, but you've also stated that there's no children's activities groups within the village, which would allude that more housing within the area would add to the community and the structure of the community.
Well, there's no evidence in the report that there will be anything added in infrastructure into the village. We have one community hall, which is something that was bequeathed to the village a number of years ago, and that is used predominantly for a community council meeting. They have a little bit of sports activity there, but it's not widely used. Any children's activities are out with our village, and they would take place either in Cooper Angus, Alyth, or Blairgowrie. There is no preschool breakfast club, so there's no wraparound care. There is no after-school club, again wraparound care. So these facilities that you tend to suggest or ask may be actually provided, there is nothing there for that.
There are no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Stark. And I believe Mr. Harvey is not present, so we'll come to Ms. Kaufman. Ms. Kaufman, are you familiar with the process that you'll be given 10 minutes and I'll give you a prompt after a minute? Whenever you're ready, I'll start the clock.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm very disappointed that the elected representatives here feel it's acceptable to ride roughshod over local residents' individual views, as well as not liaising with or taking seriously the opinions, questions and suggestions of the organisations in Meagle, such as the Community Council, the Community Development Trust, the Kinloch Hall Committee, the Cricket Club, and last but not least, the History Society. The process of this planning application is, in my opinion, undemocratic. Local input has not been taken seriously. Lies have been told in public when we were informed at a community council meeting recently that this planning application would definitely not go to planning committee before next year. The only Perth and Kinross councillor who regularly attended community council meetings recently and who was also on this planning committee has been removed prior to this meeting. Neither the report of the first nor of the second archaeological investigation have been made public or accessible to us. This is despite repeated requests by the Community Council to receive these and despite repeated reassurances that the reports would be shared with the Community Council before any decision on the application is made. Surely there is something deeply flawed with a process where objections to a planning application can only be made before all the facts, like the findings from this archaeological dig, are known to the public. Having visited the island of Crete earlier this year, I am aware that it is possible to combine looking after the housing needs of the population and to care for historical sites, and Crete has many of those. Indeed, both go hand in hand. I urge you not to destroy, but to maintain in situ and look after the 1st century Iron Age site in Meagle. For the sake of future generations, as well as for the sake of the current generation, that would benefit from additional visitors and tourists who would come to the area of Meagle that is rich in history as well as nature. Meagle already has the wonderful museum of Pictish stones, and being able to visit the uncovered souterrain would be an asset to the village. I therefore hope that a compromise can be reached. The Iron Age souterrain can and should be preserved on site and made accessible. Houses, albeit less than proposed in this current plan, can still be built on the rest of the field. But to destroy what has been found is nothing other than cultural vandalism. Thank you.
Thank you. You're willing to take questions from members? Members, can you submit questions into the chat function? Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, thanks, Vice Convener. Can I just ask, I think at the start of your opening statement, you said that elected members would run roughshod over local community. I may be paraphrasing you and correct me if I've got that wrong, but can I ask what makes you think that, given that no decision has yet been made?
Sorry, could we repeat the last question, please?
Yes, of course. I think at the start of your statement, please correct me if I've misheard you. I think you said that elected members had run roughshod over local communities. I'm just wondering what makes you think that, given that no decision has yet been made.
Well, the decision will be made today, and usually it goes in favour of the development, as we've seen from the previous application. My concern is that local groups were not involved or consulted with before this meeting today, since the discovery of the excavation of the historical site. There was an open day held in June, but nothing was discussed in terms of what would happen to the site in the future. And I believe at one of the community council meetings, Perth and Kinross were invited to attend and did not show up. I think that was the one in August. Yeah, that was in August.
Okay.
Nobody came to the community council meeting.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. But sort of two questions. They're sort of related, one to what you've just said and one to a question that I had. Related to what you've just said, do you think we should not be making a decision until the historic archaeology is known, discussed and explored?
Now it's green. Yes, I think the decision should be postponed until the importance of the site has been discussed and the opportunity to perhaps modify the plan of the housing to be able to incorporate the site and preserve it for the future and add it as an asset to the village, which I believe it would be.
If the historic societies, after the archaeological reports are made available, are happy for it to be built on, and it's obviously an area within your local development plan which is assigned for housing, is that then acceptable for the planning application to progress, in your opinion?
Sorry, can you repeat that again, please?
The archaeological evidence will have, there will be opinions thought from historical societies within the area regarding the evidence that comes out the ground. They may decide that they're happy for the ground to be built on based on what was found, because our artifacts have been taken away. And the area is in your local development plan for housing. That is the purpose that this land has been assigned to within your local development plan. So meeting those conditions, would that make you happier that it was built on?
It depends what historical organizations and societies you are talking about, but I'm keen that the local wishes of the local population and the Meagle History Society, who has not been consulted at all in this process. And Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust, who nobody has seen in the village, are involved. Yes, sure. If everybody, including the Meagle History Society, agrees that it's not worth keeping and should be built on, then there's no argument.
Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Vice Convener. Thank you for your deputation. I want to ask you about the same question I asked the gentleman before about the archaeology. But if I could just mention something you mentioned at the beginning about Councillor Anderson, who's no longer on the committee. I just want to make it clear there's no conspiracy to remove him from the committee. The decision for Councillor Anderson to go on to another committee and Councillor Allen to come on was merely a consensual agreement within the Conservative group. There was no conspiracy because this was coming up. This has been on the cards for some time, so I'm sure he would agree and confirm that if he was here. And unfortunately, he's not very well, but I understand he was going to speak today anyway. Come back to the same point. I mean, is it your view then that the site should remain in place and the houses built around it, or do you feel that perhaps it could be removed from the site and reconstructed in the museum somewhere?
If the site can be maintained, if it's still there, in situ, then that would not preclude houses to be built around it, and it would combine housing needs, which is why we're all here today, why housing needs to be fulfilled, but at the same time maintain this important site, which is actually a fabulous site. I went to see it on the open day. It had a big paved area like a Greek Roman agora, huge, immense, with the souterrain tunnel in a semicircle around it. And I'm sure it would attract visitors in the future. If it's gone and destroyed, it's gone forever.
There are no further questions. Thank you. Can I call on Mr. West? Mr. West, you'll be familiar that you've got 10 minutes. I'll give you a prompt after 9. Whenever you're ready and set, I'll start the clock.
Well, good morning. Thank you, Vice Convener. Good morning, elected members, and thank you for allowing me some time this morning to offer some views on the application that's before committee today. I'm not going to rehearse the points that I made in my letter of objection, which I assume councillors will have had sight of, and I'm going to restrict my comments to basically 3 points. But I would agree with the previous speakers this morning that there seems to have been a lack of proper analysis and discussion prior to this application being presented to councillors today. And I'll touch again on that archaeological section in a second. However, the first point I would draw members' attention to is in relation to section 41 of the handling report, which discusses the site allocation in terms of the local development plan. Now, as you can see, this is actually limited to 50 units and was brushed over or wasn't even mentioned in the opening remarks this morning, as it was in the Bridge of Erne application that was discussed earlier, and it just seems to have been brushed over. But it's a really important point that's really been touched on earlier, that the plan as it stands just now for the period of the plan indicates that only 50 units should be built on that site. Now, if 50 units was part of this was the application today, then ladies and gentlemen, I probably wouldn't be standing here, because I don't disagree that the village could withstand an increase in the number of houses, and villages, towns have to evolve, and I think 50 units would be acceptable, probably to most people in the village. But to expand this up to 110 residences and breaching what is a plan that was approved and adopted by this council for no good reason other than we're needing R50 houses, seems to me to be concerning. With no reason really provided in paragraph 41 by the person who wrote this report. It's a very, very woolly justification to extend what is in the plan, which is 50 units, to what's not in the plan, 100 units. So I would ask councillors to reflect on that very closely. This plan was agreed, and we're not talking about any subsequent changes like that, we discussed in the previous discussion this morning. Nothing's changed here. And 50 units is a proportionate, in my view anyway, is a proportionate increase in the number of units compared to the size of the village. And you've already heard how many houses are in the village. To add another 100 houses onto the village as it stands at the moment is completely disproportionate for the size of what is one of the oldest villages in Scotland, which has got a very historical fabric to it. So that is really my main point this morning, is that this application clearly breaches the local development plan, and there has been no good reason presented either by the developer at a public meeting or in this paper as to why that policy should be overridden in this case. That's my first point. My second point is around road safety. And the first, Mr. Stark this morning has already gone over some figures that I'm not going to go over again. But I would absolutely agree with the points he made. Now, the public meeting that the developer and his architect attended, they were questioned on the number of vehicle exits and entrances into the site, and they come up with this figure of 75. Now, that was challenged at the meeting very openly, and we never got a response to that. Now, it doesn't take much working out that if you have 100 houses on that site, some of whom have been allocated 2 parking areas on their plot, that's a lot of vehicles. You're going to have at least double the number of vehicles coming out of that site, in and out of that site, than what has been mentioned initially by the developer. Now, forgive me because I'm not an expert on these matters, but I understand that the Council Transport Planning Department produced a report on the 1st of August 2023, where they indicated there's an issue with the visibility splay emerging from this development onto the Forfar Road. So effectively, when you come out of the development, looking left towards the village, there's a shed there which impacts on the visibility splay. This report, as I understand it, has requested that this matter be dealt with to rid this potential problem of observation coming onto the main road. Now, that's a significant road safety issue, because those people who may or may not know the village, we've got significant speeding issues. Police Scotland already deploy their enforcement camera on both sides of the village regularly because there's such a speeding issue. And if there's an issue in terms of visibility splay, which transport planning have apparently identified, and that's not been addressed, then it needs to be addressed. This report, as I understand it, also suggests there are errors in tables 5.2 and 5.3 of this transport statement. And there should be a review. The report says there should be a review of those statistics. Now, I've not got the detail of that because I've never seen this report, but I'm told it exists. And this concept and this response also says it assumes that the figures that have been produced by the applicant are correct, the number of entrances and exits. Well, I think we can all pretty safely say there's going to be more than 75. So the figures are not correct. So again, we're sitting with an application here where we're not really sure how many vehicles are going to come out of that site. A lot more than has been originally suggested. The road itself, the main road, gets busier and busier every day. And when the Cross-Tay Link Road eventually opens up, the increase in traffic, I think it was mentioned earlier, is going to increase significantly. And yeah, we've got vehicles coming out of this site, not far from a very sharp corner as you're emerging out of the village. And if you're travelling towards Forfar, you can round this corner and very shortly you're then turning right into the site. If there's a few vehicles waiting, I can guarantee you there's going to be an accident there with somebody ploughing into vehicles just round that corner. There are no WL lines beyond maybe about 20 or 30 yards from that corner, so there could be vehicles parked on either side of the road opposite the junction into this site. So I would suggest that there are a number of road safety issues that need to be considered more fully, and some of which have already been apparently commented on by the council in the transport consultation response that have not been addressed. Now again, if these matters have been addressed, are to be addressed and can be addressed, and we get back to the 50 houses, I'll support this development. But there's too many unfinished bits of business here that members of the community are particularly concerned about. Right, I'll just finish on the archaeological point. The points have been made and they've been well made. We should not, in my view, be making a decision on this development until we get the report from the Heritage Trust on their findings. Now, to address a couple of points that were made, I would be happy if the dig, for want of a better phrase, could be incorporated into the site build, either as a feature or in some way. And I would be satisfied with that. However, if the Heritage Trust said, look, it's not really that important, it can be filled in, then fine, let's crack on with the development of 50 houses. But until we get that information, I don't think we should be making a decision. So I'll just finish on that point, that the local development plan has been breached or would be breached, and the road safety issues and archaeological issues. All these need to be finalised and looked at in more detail, before a decision is made. Thank you, Vice Convener.
Would you be willing to take questions from members? Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Vice Convener. Can I just ask you to go back to the number of cars, and can you just go back over what you said there, because I didn't quite grasp what you were saying. I heard you say something about 75 cars and the council's or the developer numbers are different. Could you just go over that again for me, please?
Surely, Councillor. At the one meeting where the developer came to explain the development to the village, he was asked about the number of vehicles coming in and out of the site, and the figure of 75 in and 75 out was provided, which everybody felt was at that meeting was way under estimation, and it was challenged at the meeting. Given the fact that there's 100 residences to be built on that site, I don't think it's unrealistic to expect that at least one of those residents will each have a vehicle. Some might have two, some might have more than that. When you add the number of journeys in and out for work, for education, for social activity, deliveries coming in and out of that site, then I don't think it takes much working out to suggest that those figures of 75 in and 75 out are way under the realistic numbers of journeys in and out of that site on a daily basis. Now, my understanding is that the council transport team have said that they assume these numbers are correct. Well, I don't think they are correct, and I've not seen any justification anywhere to suggest they are indeed correct. I think they're based on some model from down south. That doesn't really address the issue we have in Meagle. And if you've got that number of vehicles coming in and out of that site, a lot more than 75 in and 75 out, you're talking probably 200 or 300 a day. Is that safe to come on to an A94 trunk route that's getting busier and busier, and add in the other road safety measures? So I go back to the point I first made, councillor, which ties in with what your question is. If we only had 50 houses on that site, then I still think it might be slightly more than 75 and 75 out. But I think it's much safer potentially to have that number of houses and number of vehicles in and out. To have 100 in houses there and to have that number of journeys in and out, I think it's not safe.
Thank you very much for that. I'll ask the same question of officers when we get that chance. Thanks.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you, Vice Convener, and thank you for your deputation. As councillors, we often talk about traffic and traffic management, and not just at this committee, at other committees of the council. And a statement often said to us, and I would like your opinion on this statement, is that a busier a road gets, the slower the traffic goes, and that quiet, empty roads result in fast cars rather than busy roads result in slower cars. So I just wondered what your opinion on that type of comment is.
That's an interesting point, actually. I'm going to go back to, I'm a retired police officer, and I'm going to go back to my days of dealing with many road accidents and what have you. And I do take your point on that. However, what we're dealing with here is vehicles emerging out onto a really busy road. It's not just the road itself. We've got vehicles emerging out onto what is becoming a busier and busier road. We've got so many agricultural vehicles on the road now as well, and that's not a criticism. Because of the way the road is now, we've got more and more Arctic vehicles coming down, not going through Dundee, but coming down through Perthshire and out to Perth. So I don't think it's only just the number of vehicles, it's the type of vehicles that are on that road as well. And I just think to put in 100 houses with all those journeys in and out coming onto a major trunk road, so you can equate it almost with the situation you've got in Scone, where they've got a set of traffic lights now for the scheme that comes out on the main road. I think that's probably right for the amount of vehicles that are coming out of there. So there's some control on what's actually happening on that area of the road. You need some controls if you're going to have 100 houses in there and all the vehicles that are coming out. You can't just leave it to a giveaway sign. You know, I think they're just, plus the issues are already raised about sightlines, which have not been addressed. So there's some issues there. It could be sorted. I think they could be sorted and addressed, but they've not been so far.
So a follow-up question to that, although not included in this plan is something that we can't make any decision on because it's not within the plan, would access onto the Dundee Road, in your opinion, be a safer solution?
Well, I don't think there is an access there, but I don't think the Dundee Road's got enough issues as it is just now, and that's been we're well known with the kind of local councillors. We've had to put all sorts of speed bumps and all sorts of things in to deal with the really significant speeding problem there. Plus, if you go into Dundee Road, you've got the school and you've got the village hall. So understand, you know, it's a good option to consider, but I just don't think it would be viable. I do think the Forfar Road access is viable, but not with 100 houses. With 50 houses, as per the local development plan, I think it's probably okay.
Councillor Allen.
Thanks, Vice Convener, and thank you for your deputation. Can you just explain to me, because I don't know, what are the facilities in Meagle and what are the parking arrangements to accommodate them? And do you think that this is going to have any impact? Thank you.
Well, the services, obviously we've got the school where there is very limited parking. So the parking for the school effectively is on the road. The village hall, which is adjacent to the school, has again limited parking. And when there's an event on, the parking is on the Dundee Road, and that causes all sorts of issues. In the square, down in the centre of the village, there is about, I think, 5 or 6 parking spaces at the hotel, but I think they're probably for hotel customers, although I think others use it. Each of the coffee shops, each of the 2 coffee shops has a small parking provision for their own clients, and there's some on-street parking outside the Spa shop, which is opposite the bus stop, which again causes a wee bit of problems from time to time. There are obviously off-street parking in the other more residential areas of the village. There are no other real facilities in the village apart from the parks. Victory Park is again a small parking area. So we're a small village with a small number of services, and yet we're away to get another potential 100 houses coming into that. It's disproportionate. 50 is reasonable as per the plan, not 100. And just to clarify the point, Councillor, we've raised all these issues at the local consultation, at which Perth and Kinross Council were invited to come and never came, because we wanted to explain our concerns, which could have possibly been addressed by now to the council. One of your other council colleagues was at that meeting, and we asked them, can we not get the council to come along so we can have an open discussion about it? That was before the archaeological stuff started. So we've, as a council, well, I'm not in the community council, but I know the community council have tried their damnedest to have these issues discussed before we had to come here today to discuss them in front of the committee. I think a lot of these issues could be resolved through further discussion and dialogue, but we've not had that opportunity. And then the archaeological situation has exacerbated that. And we need, I think, just to have a reasonable discussion. And I'm not against the development. I'm not. I'm just against the size of it and the process that we're at just now. That's fine, but I need to get my point across, Vice Convener, because this is the only forum that we've had an opportunity to get our points across, because nobody else will listen to us. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor, for going on with my answer there, but sure.
Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Vice Convener, and I'll show you this as a quick question, a bit of clarification, really. You've mentioned the 50 houses in the local development plan, but it actually says 64 to 100 in the local development plan. I appreciate limited to 50 during the lifetime of the plan. Just wanted to make sure you do. It could be expanded even at 50. In due course, it could be increased. It's 90. I bet it's 90. Then. Yeah. Yeah, I was just saying it says 64 to 100. This is only 90, I appreciate, but 64 to 100, but it's limited to 50 only during the lifetime of the plan. So, yeah, so I mean, I just I've just I just want to clarify that you appreciate what it was. That was all. But I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, absolutely do appreciate what it is. It says 50 houses for the lifetime of the plan. The plan was adopted in 2019, so the lifetime of the plan is till 2029. This is 2000. Excuse me, you're not allowed to comment just now. Vice Convener, can you address that? Because that's not, I'm answering a question from the councillor here. I shouldn't be getting interrupted by one of the officers. Thank you. Back to yourself, councillor. 2029 is the lifetime of the plan. Now, there could be changes to that 50 to 100 or 64 to 100 if there's good reason to do so. And there's also a process to follow if that plan is to change. That process has not been followed here. If you agree to extending the number from 50 to 100, that's my point. I understand that there could be changes, but there's a process to be followed.
Thank you, Mr. West. There's no further questions. I call on Mr. Menas. Mr. Menas, I'm sure you're aware of the process, 10 minutes. I'll give you a prompt after 9, and when you're set and ready, I'll set the clock.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to address this committee. We are custodians of our village. My family and I have lived in Meagle for 24 years. My children grew up in the village and went to school there. Meagle is our home, and I fully intend to remain there. This report of handling does not address the issues which have been raised by residents in our community, as previously alluded by my colleagues. Contrary to the H69 Local Development Plan LDP2 of 2019, which limited the number of homes to 50, which we've just discussed, this is in contravention of the existing LDP2 plan, which is currently still in force. The pre-application consultation, which I attended in the village, did nothing to allay the concerns of villagers, with the majority of villagers still against the development, as is confirmed by the significant 59 objections from villagers. Despite the sheer number of objections raised, none of the issues have been adequately addressed in this report or elsewhere. Now, despite numerous requests by the Meagle and Ardler Community Council, of which I was a member, Perth and Kinross councils persistently refused to attend a public consultation meeting, which was arranged by Meagle and Ardler Community Council in our Kinloch Hall, which has been mentioned. The reason for this was to discuss questions about the development process with our community, and it may have allayed many of the fears that have since arisen. There's no evidence of a comprehensive assessment of the proposal. This report and the associated documents lack an in-depth analysis of the issues raised in the objections or questions by the community of Meagle which have gone unanswered. No strategic survey of local amenities or healthcare has been undertaken or included. The report shows a lack of respect to the people of Meagle, in my opinion, because it simply doesn't address or answer any of the issues and makes no attempt to communicate this plan properly with our village. The Iron Age souterrain, which is an archaeological site, a first-century archaeological site of national importance. This development will destroy and conceal forever the souterrain. What conditions or assurances do we have that the souterrain will be preserved and not bulldozed, as it obviously creates an obstacle to this developer? This site is potentially a great asset to our village and indeed our country, and must be preserved for future generations as part of our cultural heritage. Meagle and Ardler Community Development Trust held a meeting on the 1st August 2023. The meeting was well attended by 70 villagers, and a vote was held which resulted in unanimously in favour of preserving the Iron Age souterrain. No provision is made in this plan to accommodate the souterrain or to preserve the artefacts found at the archaeological site. Where are those artefacts currently? It appears that the planning approval will be granted irrespective of the archaeological survey report findings and recommendations, which have not been published and certainly not been shared with the people of Meagle or Community Council, despite requests by Meagle and Ardler Community Council. The estimated 75 home movements per day originating from this development is totally unrealistic. There are few facilities in Meagle, as we say, 2 cafes, a shop and the Kinloch Hall. Meagle lacks nursery or preschool childcare facilities and wraparound childcare for school children. This will inevitably require parents to drive to Ailith, Blairgowrie or Cooperangus for child-related support activities. This will result in also many children who will be in this site not attending Meagle Primary School because the parents will not be able to drop them off at wraparound childcare, as has happened in Itch 68, where a number of the children there do not attend Meagle Primary School simply because there are no childcare facilities for them. The provision of a playfield at the centre of the development would be the best solution to address the need for a safe play area without crossing the busy B954 Dundee Road to reach Victory Park. The pedestrian access pathway at the side of the Kinross Hall has not been agreed, as my colleague Barry Stark said. This should be corrected in the report. Victory Park was gifted to the village and, as far as I know, does not belong to Perth and Kinross. Without the Kinross Hall pathway, the most direct pedestrian access route to Victory Park area is via Strathmore Place, then crossing the busy B954 Dundee Road, where there is no pedestrian crossing. This presents a serious hazard to children crossing Dundee Road at the most congested area of the village. We have ongoing problems with speeding traffic at this area and parking, which causes a problem, and we don't currently have significant traffic enforcement. Does the Section 75 agreement poultry settlement of 26,000 guarantee the construction of play equipment in Victory Park, or does it just pay for maintenance such as grass cutting? The completely bland style and palette of properties finished in smooth white render, grey coloured brick is the same as we've seen pretty much everywhere else. It makes no attempt to blend in with the character and substance of Meagle. Surely in 2023, Perth and Kinross Planning Department and Campion Homes can make a much better attempt than this. A simple change in some variety of the wall finishes, some stone features to blend in with the historic character would make a significant improvement. Many elderly Meagle residents would like to downsize to a bungalow and remain living in the village. Currently, there's only provision for 4 private bungalows. Are our elderly residents being pushed out of the village due to lack of foresight? In Meagle, we're not opposed to development, as has always been said. Until recently, Meagle has grown in a very organic manner, allowing families to move into the village, to be welcomed and to integrate easily in our community. The 32-home Glenlouis Green development was an increase in 16% homes. The Itch 69 100-home development, in addition, will result in an increase of approximately 50% homes within a 10-year time span. This is disproportionate. The promised railway line core path on the northeastern edge has been abandoned because the developer simply doesn't want to pay a reasonable sum for the land. I've spoken to the owner of this land and no attempt has been made to negotiate the purchase of this land by Campion Homes after the valuation was provided by the adjacent farm to the adjacent farmland owner. To sum up, there has been a complete lack of transparency and accountability from Perth and Kinross Planning Department in regard to this development, in particular communication with Mr Alec Gudgeon, the planning officer. It appears that planning approval will be granted irrespective of the archaeological survey report findings and recommendations which have not even been seen in Meagle. What kind of future are we leaving for our children? One of complete cultural vandalism and a complete lack of care for our cultural heritage. When Perth and Kinross Planning Department, Campion Homes get it wrong and have moved on to the next project, it's left to communities like Meagle to pick up the pieces and deal with compromises made during this planning process, most of which simply cannot be corrected later on. Please consider our concerns for the future of our village. As it stands, Meagle will change forever and certainly not for better. Meagle primary school buildings are lifetime expired. Will any contribution be made to replacing them? The designated play area has no perimeter and cannot be used as a playground at present, and there is no green space around Meagle Primary School. They have to cross the busy B954 road to an adjacent play park, Victory Belmont Park, which is actually owned by Dundee City Council. So unless you give us some facilities, how can we possibly accommodate a 100-home development in what is currently a sort of 200-home village? Are you really serious about proposing this and proceeding with it? I ask you, I plead with you all, please, this is people's lives you're dealing with. Not only that, the lives of people who come into the village. As Marianne will say, when she joined the village, her children went to school with my children, everybody integrated without issue because there were small numbers of people and it worked seamlessly. If we add 100-home development to this village, it will destroy it forever. That's my summation. Yes, certainly.
Thank you for your deputation. Are you willing to take questions from members?
Yes, sir.
Can I call members to put questions in the chat function?
I would like to ask, does anyone think I've missed anything? Do you really? Are you really serious about proceeding with this? I'm sure if Councillor Hugh Anderson was here today, he would voice some consideration about this.
Thank you, Mr. Mears. Can I call on Mr. Rob from Oliver and Rob Architects, agent for the development? Mr. Rob, are you aware of the procedure? I'll give you 10 minutes and I'll give you a prompt after 1 minute to sum up. And when you're set and ready, I'll start the clock.
On that. That's it on. Okay, thank you. Firstly, thanks for the opportunity to present to the committee and officials today. I am the senior partner of Oliver and Rob Architects, and I'm representing the applicant Campaign Homes. And I'd like to take the opportunity to discuss what we perceive to be the salient points, the relevant issues associated with this planning application under consideration. So I'll swiftly move through a number of headings and what I would like to say about these headings. There's been discussion about LDP2. I think it has to be acknowledged that the site is allocated within the Perth and Kinross Local Development Plan 2019. It was, as correctly been pointed out, earmarked for a development of between 64 and 100 units, and therefore the loss of agricultural land is accepted through this allocation. Density. We consider that the density respects the rural setting and is comparable with similar developments constructed by our client in Crieff, which is in Perth and Kinross District Council, and Star of Markinch and Fife. These developments were developed at 8 houses per acre. Now, to put that into context, we're developing on the edge of Glenrothes at the present time at 11 houses per acre, and we know that volume house builders would develop sites such as this up to 13 houses per acre. So we're confident that we have the density correct for this development. Transport. A two-stage road safety audit was commissioned and single vehicular access, radii and visibility space to Forfar Road and within the development are, in our view, acceptable. We haven't been told otherwise. The internal layout prioritises road safety and that of pedestrians through its geometry and design, which include horizontal displacement of roads, shared surfaces and segregated footpaths. Parking standards for households and visitors are met. Sewage, a growth enhancement project is underway at Meagle Wastewater Treatment Works to provide additional capacity to meet future growth ambitions in the wider catchment area, and this development is included within Scottish Water calculations. Structures and flooding. A sustainable urban drainage system is engineered off-site and designed for a 1 in 200 year flood event plus climate change with controlled release of surface water discharging into Meagle Burn. Development contributions. Importantly, there is 25% affordable housing included within this development. There's 0.2 hectares of ground given over and allocated to the primary school for their exclusive use. There's a contribution, as has been mentioned, towards the upgrade and maintenance of Victory Park. And there's a proposed upgrade of an existing bus stop in Meagle to provide real-time passenger display. Local services. I think undoubtedly the construction process and future occupants of a 100-unit development shall have a positive effect on the local economy, creation of jobs and sustainability of existing services within Meagle, and include local shops and businesses, post office, hostelries and eateries, primary school, which there was a huge debate down at Bridge of Erne regarding the status of primary schools there, the church and public transport. Biodiversity. The existing site has low biodiversity credentials, but interestingly, biodiversity enhancements, and I say enhancements, shall be obtained through planning condition. Archaeology, been discussed in detail there. Extensive archaeological excavation has taken place over the past few months and is now going through the process of post-excavation analysis and recording. In support of your planning department, they are promoting a condition that means that no development can start until the post-excavation research and design is submitted and approved. So there's a security there, there's a safety net there. Landscape and visual amenity. The site has strong visual containment and builds upon the site's physical relationship with the existing urban edge of Meagle. The site layout and landscape master plan adopt a distinctly formal layout reflecting a planned Scottish village environment, arranged around a clearly defined road hierarchy with channeled vistas towards Kinpurney Hill Fort and Tower and the edge of the Sidlaws, and that reinforces local distinctiveness and identity. Design and layout. The layout adopts the principles of Scottish Government's 6 qualities of successful placemaking as follows. Distinctive. We've created streets with character and identity using various building heights, roof forms, building setbacks, street widths, dormers, bay windows, etc. to create visual interest within this development. Development should be easy to move around and beyond. We put pedestrian movements first before vehicular movements, and we believe that's reflected in our plan because there are strong connections between new and existing streets and the community facilities of the school and community and the Memorial Hall. It's a safe and pleasant environment. Traffic calming techniques are used throughout. Public spaces and pedestrian cycle routes are all overlooked by houses, and there's a safe route to school being promoted. The development is adaptable. There's a mix of house types and tenure offering choice, including affordable housing. Future growth, and I say if required, is accommodated through the proposed road layout, and garden space for food production is available if required. It's a welcoming development. It's a walkable neighbourhood. There's a gateway feature at the main access road, and importantly, the street layout promotes social interaction. Finally, resource efficient. The developer or the house builder will be using locally sourced materials and labour where possible. We'll be using low maintenance materials. There will be the use of PVs and air source heat pumps to reduce energy consumption. We take advantage of solar gain in our development layout, and the integration of the SUDs and other green networks are incorporated within the overall landscape framework. In addition, open space standard excluding the school ground is 80 square metres per unit, which is compliant with council policy. In curtilage, on-street and parking courts ensure that the site layout is not car dominated. To conclude, through the planning process, all parties have worked collaboratively to ensure that a high-quality design and layout befitting of its setting and context is presented to committee for determination today. Thank you for your time and consideration, and hopefully this short presentation reinforces the design credentials of our proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. Are you willing to take questions from members?
Most certainly. Thank you.
Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Vice Convener. I have two questions. Is it okay just to go one after the other?
We'll take the first one, and there's a few questions coming in.
Okay. Thanks for that deputation. You'll remember Mr. West spoke quite a lot about this figure of 75 vehicle movements. I'm wondering what your views are on that number, if you think that's accurate given the number of houses.
Well, I was present at the community consultation, which Mr. West refers to. We said at that point in time that we had a road transport consultant on board. My understanding is that they do use national data to establish what the movements in and out of the site are. I've heard what Mr. West has to say, but I also hear what the transport consultant is saying. I do believe that Perth and Kinross transportation will have reviewed that. I would be surprised if they just ignored the data that's been put in front of them, and really surprised if they did not verify that. So as far as I'm concerned, that data has been accepted by Perth and Kinross transportation.
Thanks for that. If you'll excuse me just coming back, though, my question was not really what Perth and Kinross Council think, it's what you think. I'm wondering if you agree that 75 vehicle movements is accurate based on the number of houses and what Mr. West said earlier on.
Well, I do agree. You know, the consultant we're using is a qualified professional, a lot of experience in this. I don't know personally the data that this national data that is used and how it's used, but I have to agree with them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Vice Convener. I too have two questions, but I'll go with the first one. Towards the end of your presentation, you mentioned that there'd been an awful lot of collaboration about the house types and the design of the whole area. Can you tell me how much of that was done with the local community, please?
Well, we had two community consultation events, and at both events, site layouts and house types were presented to the community. And it is interesting. I mean, it's quite subjective in many ways, people's view on design. I had a number of comments that evening, not from everybody. I acknowledge the comments that Mr. West and his colleagues are making. I had a number of comments that complimented the designs, and I even had comments where people were wondering if they could put their names down for houses, which we couldn't do that at the meeting. So, you know, there was, I wouldn't say it was 50-50. It can get quite emotive, I understand that, but you can be assured from me that there were compliments to the design and or of the design, and that was the layout and the house types, and that was over two meetings. I was only present at the second meeting. I wasn't present at the first, but I know what my colleagues took along to that. So I would suggest that on both occasions, the community, and they did, they got the opportunity to express their views. I had long debates with them, particularly on the second occasion, and I don't think the community council or the public members would dispute that, because I stood for a long time after the meeting was closed, discussing the merits and whatnot of the design. Sorry.
Just to come back briefly, one of the deputations earlier on suggested that you'd taken no cognizance of their wishes to make the new builds look similar to some of the things that are already in Meagle, such as stonework, etc. Were you sympathetic towards any of their suggestions?
Well, we are sympathetic to the suggestions. There's a rich tapestry of architecture within Meagle, and it kind of hurts me a wee bit that they're just referred to as white boxes, because they're very Scottish traditional in their style, but with a contemporary interpretation of the traditional vernacular. It is a new suite of house types that has been developed with the house builder, and these were done to actually drag their house types into the 21st century. And I say that with due respect to the previous house types, which we were designers of as well. And I think that, as I mentioned earlier, there's a rich tapestry of architectural detailing on each house type, the roof forms, the materials. They're all traditional materials that you see in the Meagle area. You do see white rendered houses, you do see weatherboarded houses, you do see grey tiled houses. So as an architect, and I have the experience of these new house types being constructed just now in Glenrothes, they look fantastic. But that's my opinion.
Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Vice Convener, and thank you for your deputation. I'm just going back to this this question, the points raised. Obviously, the archaeological find is important to everybody, and I'm just wondering, was it ever considered to put less houses in? As we mentioned, it's 50 is the suggested limit, but the 64 is the minimum on the actual capacity range. But was it ever considered to build less houses, to use the archaeological dig, I'll use that term again, as a centre point, to retain it there as something of historical note?
Well, I think, as was mentioned earlier, it was unknown at the start that there was this archaeological, well, there was going to be this archaeological find, albeit there were crop marks from aerial photographs which suggested there could be something below there. So quite simply, no, at the outset, that was not considered at all. And this is something which has evolved as we've gone through the development. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it's protected by condition 9 that the planning officials are proposing.
Yeah, so to come back to you on this, I appreciate what you're saying, but now it is there. Is it not better to preserve it rather than just build over it effectively? It would get, well, obviously it would mean less houses, but that obviously would be more attractive to the residents of the area, and would retain something of quite significant find.
Well, I think what we can't do is preempt the scenario. This is with the archaeological people at the present time. Just get my terminology correct here. Until the post-excavation research design document comes out, we don't know what merit this archaeological find has. And I think we have to wait until we see that and then analyse that in conjunction with Perth and Kinross District Council and their archaeologists.
Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, Vice Convener. Yeah, I'm just curious about blocks 7 and 8, which are on the southwest side. These seem to be two of the bigger buildings, and they've basically been placed right adjacent to properties that pre-exist. I just wonder what the rationale for that was and why they weren't placed further away from existing properties.
There's a very clear rationale for the siting of these properties in that location, because they are affordable houses. Generally, there is lower car ownership within affordable houses, so the reason for them being positioned in that location is to make them as close or within close proximity of local services and amenities, including bus stops, shops, etc. I'm assuming I've got the correct blocks. You're talking top left?
No, I'm talking about halfway down the site. It's to the north of the school playing field. There's 3 smaller houses, and then the 2 blocks I'm talking about follow those. That's blocks 7 and 8.
Oh, my apologies for that. I thought you were meaning the affordable housing. Yeah, the rationale there, and you can see it, and it comes back to Scottish Government's designing streets. We're using that there to take car parking off the street itself, okay, to break up the street itself and its visual impact. And also you can see at that point we have horizontal displacement of the road, okay, which does help to slow traffic down. I mean, I think it was discussed on the previous application about road humps. You don't do that. I think your official suggested that you try to work that out through design, and that is exactly what has happened there. That answer the question?
Completely. I'm trying to work out why these are 2 of the bigger blocks, and they've been placed right next to existing properties, which gives the danger of overlooking, and the properties on the other side of the wall there are going to be, I think they're going to be dominated by these 2 buildings.
That's a good point. You know why these were turned through 90 degrees? Was to prevent overlooking of the back gardens of the existing properties. So what we're doing there is we're turning the gable onto these properties to protect their privacy.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Just during your presentation, you suggested, perhaps picked you up wrong, so if I have picked you up wrong, please forgive me, but you suggested there'll be some kind of economic benefits for the area. Now, I understand there's 2 coffee shops and a bar and a small shop. What do you see the benefits being beyond those businesses?
You just say that last part, please.
I know about the 4 businesses that are there currently who will probably benefit from such a move and a build. But what do you see the benefits beyond those 4 businesses?
Just let me think about that one, because that is a good question. The benefits beyond these 4 businesses. I did mention within the presentation that there are side issues there. You bring people into your community. It does help to make it sustainable. And I mentioned the benefit of the primary school. I mean, what could happen there? What could happen is that the primary school eventually shuts, and then, as we had the discussion on Bridge of Erne, children are being bused elsewhere. And I had a bit of sympathy when you're talking about putting a 4 and a half to 5-year-old on a bus and shunted away a few miles. I think it's really important that, and it was accepted to a point that Meagle should grow and develop. I think it's really important that happens because it sustains the facilities which are within the village. I mentioned the church. You know, additional people coming into the village will help support the church, or they should help to support the church. But I also think bringing other people in, other people will see opportunities within an existing village, town, environment. And you may just find that more businesses grow and evolve within Meagle with the influx. And it's not all outsiders, because as I mentioned there's people within Meagle would like to buy houses on this site. So as an architect, I see it as a win-win. I don't see it as a negative. I see so much positivity can come out of this development in relation to Meagle and its future sustainability. I do believe just now that people have to travel out of Meagle along to Aelith, which is about 4.8 miles away to the doctor's surgery. If your village develops and grows, and there's probably a real outside chance the way the world's going, you may get your doctor's surgery back, I don't know. But it's a world of opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Robb. There's no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I do beg your pardon. We've had a late submission from Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Mr. Convener. The community seemed to be largely in favour of some kind of development there, but a figure of 50 houses was banded around. What would your view be on 50 houses there?
I am not the developer of the site, okay? I'm not the house builder. What you have to take into account is the infrastructure costs of opening up a site, you know, with your services, costings, etc., etc. So from a personal point of view, I'm not going to comment on the 50 houses, but I think my house builder client, that I can put this on record, I think that would be unacceptable to them. And the 50 houses, as far as I'm concerned, transpired from the LDP 2019, which said in the first instance, only 50 houses could be built. I take you back to the LDP, which says that this site is allocated for between 64 and 100 houses, and that infers to me it's a phasing issue, not a numbers issue. And I would also take you back to the density calculations I promoted earlier on, and this is not an overdeveloped site by any stretch of the imagination. So I think on behalf of my householder client, 50 houses would be unacceptable to them.
Thanks for that clarity.
There now appears to be no further questions, Mr. Robb. Thank you. There's no further deputations. I'll hand you back to the convener.
Thank you, Deputy Convener. Do members have any questions for officers? Bailey McLaren.
Thank you, Convener. There's been much discussion around the archaeological dig and the discovery of Sustery. Could any of the officers give examples of where maybe such finds have happened in other sites, such as possibly CTRL, and what then has come about from them? And could I maybe just add is is the Historical Society, would they be regarded as a consultee that we should have consulted? Thank you.
Thank you, Bailey McLaren. So firstly, it's important to note for this application that as a planning department, we don't insist that an archaeological dig is made until a decision is made. So in this instance, Campion Home have started the dig. The developer has actioned this. That isn't a requirement of us. Like the agent correctly pointed out there, we have recommended conditional control, conditional 9, and that is what we would do for any development in Perth and Kinross where we consider there to be an archaeological interest. You correctly pointed out the Crosstay Link Road. Other instances, we've had the James Hutton Institute at Invergowrie. That is one where the condition was put on. They did a dig, they found archaeological remains, it was all recorded and the likes and reported appropriately. We've also had GS Brown out at Blairgowrie, so there are lots of instances where developers dig up a site and find instances like this in Perth and Kinross. Perth and Kinross is a very archaeological rich area, hence why we have our own heritage trust. So it's common practice that we would condition it, but the developer has just been proactive in this instance, doing it before a decision is made. Now, the second part of your question there, would we consult the Meagle Historical Trust? Forgive me if I've misnamed them. Normal practice is no, we take our guidance from Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust. However, as a courtesy, we would like to see them notified in Meagle, but we take our advice from Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust, and they have been absolutely content with everything that has been done and that is being proposed to do in the future.
Thank you for clarifying all that. Thank you.
Mr. Braun, have you got two questions that are related? No, right, well, take one at a time then, thank you.
Okay, fine. Thanks, convener. I just wanted to get some clarification around this nominal figure of 50 houses on the site. This is LDP 2019, limited to 50 during the lifetime of the LDP, which means the lifetime. Can I just ask why that was put in the first place? Should we clarify what it was put in for?
I'll go first, maybe, and then maybe Christian or Sean can follow afterwards. Happy to take this opportunity, maybe for Mr. West's benefit, to clarify. I think you were trying to pursue this with him through questions as well. I intended no disrespect to him. However, as most of the committee will be aware, the lifespan of this local development plan is 5 years, and therefore the site-specific requirement that's found in LDP2 that not more than 50 shall be complete by within the lifespan of the plan, that meant in the period to November 2024. Mr. West's made reference to development plans becoming 10-year documents, but that will be later. That's new regulations and new legislation that's come into force and will apply to LDP3 and future plans adopted after the government's National Planning Framework 4. But at the moment, the plan you have before you has a 5-year lifespan to 2024 only. Given the timing of this application, it hasn't been expressly stated, but I think bearing in mind the need for a Section 75 to be completed, experience tells me that will be at least 2 months, if not longer. And therefore, it's to me inconceivable that we'll have a decision notice. If the committee is minded to grant this today, a decision notice will not be issued after Section 75 before well into December, January. There's then pre-commencement conditions and there's infrastructure to be put. So I think the way it's going to work out, there will not be 50 houses on site, or more than 50 houses completed before November, which is the constraint and the phasing protection that the plan is envisaging. And that, I think, is where the confusions, misunderstandings come from.
Well, just clarify, why was the 50 put in the first place? That's what I was trying to sort out. It's just a phasing thing, was it?
One would presume, and plan for plans to confirm, but that was to provide a degree of protection to the village, that it doesn't expand too fast, and not more than 50 further houses through this site are on stream by this time next year, and that can be done because the speed at which it's come forward is such that it will take longer than that in any event, and it was intended to provide a degree of protection to the community. That would be the rationale behind that.
Councillor Forbes.
Thanks, Convener. I've got quite a few questions, but I'll come back if no one else asks them in the meantime. My first one is on the type of land. So there was reference made to prime agricultural land being a lowly substitute on this committee. My knowledge isn't as great as other members. Can someone maybe just outline to me what the type of land is and what our policy is for building on that kind of land?
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. I think in this instance, the issue of what is the land use classification is overridden by the fact that the site is allocated for development. So whatever land use classification it is, the council has already taken a position that this site can be developed.
Councillor Ingworth, you've got 3 questions. Can you ask one at a time or?
Oh, whatever suits you. First of all, is the capacity at the primary school to handle the kids from this development?
Yes, there are no capacity concerns at Meagle Primary School, hence why we've not asked for an education contribution here.
Can I?
And just again, maybe making the point that the infrastructure is in place, there is more than adequate capacity for pupils to be accommodated, and that's one of the reasons that the site has been allocated in the first place, so we can make best use of the school estate that we have.
And I can add to that as of yesterday, Meagle Primary School had 54% capacity.
Can I ask my other? Okay, the next one is about visibility display onto the A94. Is the road department comfortable with the visible display on the A94?
Yes, we consulted Transportation and Development as part of the proposals who have no objection to the development, but Lachlan McLean from our Transportation and Development team is here today. I don't know if Lachlan wants to expand any further.
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and Sean for passing it through to me. In terms of the visibility display on the planning portal, drawing 91 shows the visibility displays that the applicant is proposing to provide, and I'm satisfied with the displays that have been shown on that drawing. Thank you.
Third one?
Go on then.
Okay. Condition 9 talks about the archaeological written scheme of investigation. For the benefit of Councillor Allen and Councillor Forbes, could you explain what that actually means?
Yeah, so like I was saying to Bailey McLaren, this is a standard condition we put on all sites where we think there's an archaeological interest. So basically, dumbing it down, and please forgive me, they need to dig up the site, see what's there, record it, see if there's anything of interest within that, and if there's anything with interest within that, what are they going to do with it? That is really dumbing it down, but that is in general terms what the condition seeks to achieve.
Again, there is a document on the website that sets out in quite some detail what action would be taken. I can give you some quotes from that if you want detail as to what the report would contain, how it would look at, etc., etc. Covers a number of pages that sets out how that report would be presented to us and then assessed and commented on by the Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust.
Sorry, Convener, I'd just like to add something that I probably should have mentioned for the benefit of everyone who came today to make a representation. Once the written scheme of investigation is agreed with Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust and the Council, it will be made visible on the Council's public access website. It's not a document that we keep hidden by any means, but we do only publish the finalised version, so it will be available for public viewing once it is completed.
Councillor Allen, you want to come back?
Can I say I definitely appreciate stuff being dumbed down. It makes it much easier to understand. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thanks, Convener. This is more of a concern than a question. I have listened to the deputations today, and I'm quite concerned that it's been suggested that given the size of this development on such a small community, we have not addressed concerns of the Meagle community. And have we really not attended any public meetings?
So in terms of a major development, the developer is required to carry out public consultation. And in this case, they have done the relevant public consultation. So they held the relevant community events. They submitted a proposal of application notice to the council, which was before this community, and they provided what we call a PAC statement with the application, which shows how they've taken into consideration the comments of the community. So the developer has done everything that they are required to do. As a council, we have reviewed everything that has come in, and we are satisfied that they have done what the legislation has asked of them.
Just to come back on that, if it's okay, are we as a council, do we not have any interaction with the local community at all? Do we leave it to the developer?
Thank you, Councillor Aaron. What I would say in relation to that, I think you're saying that, oh, the council were invited to attend community council meetings and said they wouldn't come. I'm not aware of any requests to myself or Mr. Or my colleague here to attend any meeting. I've attended many community council meetings and I've never refused a request to attend a meeting. If anyone had asked me or Mr. Panton to attend a meeting, I'm sure we would have done so. But I'm not aware of any request to me or Mr. Panton.
Thanks.
Councillor Forbes.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. I've still got a few questions, and given the scale of public opposition to this, I think it's important that we do question it. Can I ask what arrangements are in place for the green space parts of this development, who will look after them and who will take responsibility in the longer term?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Forbes, for your question. I think the general approach as set out in the Council's green space commitments is that we will look to adopt formal play areas, so that would be equipment, etc., whereas other open landscaped areas would be subject to factoring. I think we sort of mentioned that in the item related to Bridge of Erne as well. So the council will look to adopt formal play areas where there is equipment, etc., and the other areas will be factored by the relevant body appointed either by the developer or the Residents Association.
You have another question, Councillor Forbes?
Oh yeah, I've still got another one. Yeah, can I ask I guess this will probably be for Lachlan, his or some officer's view on this figure of 75 vehicle movements, please?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Forbes. In terms of the 75 vehicles, I'll explain what's been undertaken in terms of the assessment for the site. So the developer has undertaken a transport assessment for the development, and as Mr. Rob alluded to, industry standard data has been used for the assessment, and that's used throughout the UK. So that's the TRIX database that's used, and that has general flows to and from sites that have been studied over a number of years. And from that, what you can do is you can get people movements to and from the site. That is then used with localised data from Scotland's census, which is the DataShine website. And from that, what you can then do is apportion vehicle movements to the person movements from the site. So in this case, you've got walking, cycling, scooting, and you've also got car driving. Now, it was alluded to earlier on within the representations that there was an error in one of the tables. There was an error in one of the tables in terms of it showed walking at 53.83. That should have been 11.6. That has been corrected by the applicant. So what we end up with is a resultant number of trips to and from the site. Now, I'm not sure if there's been confusion in terms of the 75 trips to and from the site, but what I will say is that in the AM between 8 and 9 into the site, it is estimated there'll be 26 trips. Out of the site, there'll be 53 trips. And in the PM peak hour, which is between 4 and 5, it's estimated that there'll be 44 trips into the site and 28 trips out of the site. So that kind of gives us a number of, in the AM, 79 trips to and from the site in the AM peak hour, and in the PM peak hour, there's 72 trips to and from the site. So hopefully that clarifies the situation regarding the 75 trips to and from the site. I'm not sure whether the way that the question has been answered previously, the answer hasn't been as full as it could have been, or maybe been misunderstood. But hopefully that provides some level of clarity to everyone.
Thanks for that, Lachlan. I hope you don't mind me just coming back to follow up on that then. So the 75 figure was incorrect then, is that the case?
Based on what's been said, yes, I would have to say that the distribution that has been provided is 79 in the AM peak hour, and then it's 72 in the PM peak period to and from the site.
Okay, so probably half what was said then.
Councillor Forbes, sorry, maybe I'll just step in there for a second. I think maybe what the situation is that the figure of 75 doesn't seem to be reflected in any of the documentation. It may well be a figure that has been recalled in some conversation somewhere, but it doesn't reflect any of the information that we have. It seemed to be indicated that it was said that there would be 75 vehicle movements across a day from the site. That is not the case. As Mr McLean has just said, it's a range in the mid-70s in the peak hours. So over 1 hour period, there would be 70 movements to and from the site, or 70 or so movements to and from the site between 8 and 9, and then another 70 to and from the site in the PM peak time, which I think is 5 till 6. So we don't know where that 75 came from. It's not a figure that we are familiar with, as in any of the documentation that we have, but Mr McLean has clarified what our understanding of the vehicle movements are, and they would be around 75 over a period of an hour in both the AM and PM peaks.
Thanks, Christian. Yes, I mean, I agree, and think you'll recall I did try to get this information from the developer's representative earlier on, so I'm grateful to Lachlan and you for giving us the accurate number and for clarifying the position. I've got one last question, Convener, you'll be pleased to know. There was reference earlier on to the land that the pathway onto Dundee Road will sit on, and there was a suggestion that no discussion had been made or no arrangement to buy that land to be made with the owner. I wonder if there's any officer can comment on that.
Yes, I can comment on that, Councillor Forbes. So land ownership is not a planning consideration. We're assessing the development that's before us. It will be up for the developer to have those negotiations with the relevant landowner. If they can't source the land that they're required to deliver this scheme, they would then need to come in and apply to vary it. If they proceeded without having the path in place, that would be something that our enforcement team would likely take action on, because it wouldn't be in accordance with the plans hereby approved today. But land ownership ultimately is not a planning consideration because it can change so often, and if they look to vary anything in the future, it will be required to be done by formal means.
That's great, thank you. Can you be pleased to know that's all my questions?
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. Bailey McLaren.
Thank you, Convener. I'm just looking for a wee bit of, I suppose, a bit of clarity. There's been conversations about numbers of units from the community representation, etc. But I'm presuming, correct me here, that a reduction in the number of units would equal a reduction in the number of affordable housing units, and we have likely got an understanding of our needs for affordable housing within that locality. If you had any further information to add, thank you.
Thank you, Bailey McLaren. Yes, our policy is that they must provide at least 25% affordable housing. So if they were to reduce the number from the 100 before us, that would ultimately reduce in less stock for affordable housing.
Councillor McEwen.
Thank you very much. The question I'm going to ask was actually asked by Councillor Braun earlier, but I don't think the answer fully clarified with myself. It's regarding the LDP and the 50 houses before 24. I understand the explanation of the LDP. What I don't get is why do we start the clock in 2019? Nothing happens for 5 years, and we take that into account. Why should the clock not start today? And if we felt that the 50 houses was what Meagle could take as an impact on its community within a 5-year timescale, surely our opinion on that hasn't changed. And because nothing's happened for 5 years, the clock starts today with this planning application. And it should be for the next 5 years that those 50 houses should be the restriction.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen. I think the fact is that the local development plan says 50 within the lifetime of the plan, which would end next year, as we've discussed. So that's a fact. The reasoning for that being incorporated in the plan could have been multiple, and it might have related to the fact that there was a development ongoing a number of years ago. So to reduce the spread at that time, it might have had relation to the potential opening of the CTLR to distribute traffic. There might have been a number of reasons why that was incorporated, but the fact is that it says 50 units maximum before the end of the lifetime of the plan, which is November 2024, and unless the applicant and house builder Campaign Homes are going to build the fastest development I've ever seen, they're not going to reach 50 by that time of line. But maybe that gives some clarity, but there's probably a multitude of reasons. We can perhaps feed back to you on the specifics by going back and reviewing our records back 7-8 years to see what the detail of that was.
But I do think the specifics of that is what has created a lot of the community irk at this and the understanding of that, and even our understanding as a planning committee to understand the full detail of that is difficult going back 8 years, I accept. And I think that is probably the basis of a lot of the concerns that we're having today, is this, it was 50, now it's suddenly 100. And that's a shock to a community when they don't understand or see the detail going back all that way.
I'd maybe just clarify there, it's not, no goalpost has been changed. There shouldn't be any shock. 50 units could have been developed up until the end of November next year. That remains the case. So the terms of the plan has not changed.
Yeah, I wonder if I could just supplement Christian said there, moving into non-legal matters, but I do have a lot of day-to-day dealings with Sean and Christian's colleagues in policy strategy team. As I understand it, scale of development on sites rarely goes above 25 to 30 in a year, because house builders aren't in the business of building houses they can't sell. So they will factor in market conditions and market demand. And from what I understand, this will be at least a 3-year development from when development starts, just because they don't want to go faster and see houses unsold. So that also is a practical protection that they're not going to be appearing within a ridiculously short period.
Sorry, Councillor McEwen, I can also add to that. So one thing to consider here as well, this is allocated site H69 in Meagle. At the time the plan was produced, there was also H68, which hadn't been developed. That site has now been fully developed, the site on Ardler Road. So that would have been a consideration at the time of writing the plan if both of these sites had come forward at the same time. That hasn't been the case. H69 came forward separately. It's now been developed, it's completed. We're on to H69 now.
Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, I'm looking for a dumber explanation perhaps on the archaeology. My understanding is that an archaeological dig's been done. The report has not been produced yet. And what I'm trying to work out is what happens when that comes out. If it says that this site is important and Historic Scotland or whoever come in and say, right, we're going to put some sort of order on it, what happens to the development plan? Do they have to build around that? Or are we just assuming they're going to build over the top of these archaeological remains?
Yeah, again, as I think referenced earlier to Councillor Illingworth, and thanks again for your question. It's set out in a report that's forming part of the planning submission. There's a number of pages associated to that sets out how it would be done in relation to the set standards relating to both Historic Environment Scotland and Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust. So there are various scenarios that could take place depending on the outcome of the report. But as you know, they've undertaken that work, but they have not fully analysed the data and information that they've got. It's not been reported, so at this point in time, I can't tell you what will happen, and there could be a multitude of different scenarios that might take place depending on what the information is, but that will be submitted to Perth and Kinross Council, reviewed by Perth and Kinross Heritage Trust, and any questions, queries fed back to the relevant archaeological organisation at the time, and we'll have to see what comes of that.
I can add to that as well, just in basic terms. So when they do the dig and it's all recorded, what's there, essentially, if what's recorded is there is insignificant, the Heritage Trust will recommend now that it's recorded, it can be removed. If it is something that is of significance, the Heritage Trust will maybe ask, okay, you need to excavate them, put them on display in a museum, make it into a public display, whatever. So it'll all depend on the quality of what is found, and that can only be done once the dig has been done and a full report has been carried out.
Councillor Braun.
Thanks, Convener. And this is one from Mr. Fogg again. I'm sorry to keep picking on his day. It comes back to this concept of the 50 units, and I understand what you're saying. We're coming to the end of LDP 2, but the next LDP isn't going to be until, well, it says here 2027. So surely that carries now, doesn't it? To the next LDP, for the lifetime of this LDP will continue. Am I getting this wrong, or is that not right?
An important point that I'm happy to try and further clarify, Councillor Braun. The 5-year lifespan of LDP2 won't change, and therefore it takes us up to 2024. We won't have a LDP3 adopted before, I'd hope, 2026, but it's now looking more likely to be 2027. Therefore, we will still be reliant on LDP2. It will still be guiding. It was drafted intending that beyond the 5-year period, more tentative and indicative guidance would be given for the further 5 years up past that, up to 2029. And that will be best we have. It will still be the adopted plan. It will just become gradually that bit further and further away from the formal 5-year life period, such that we will be quite keen to have a replacement no later than 2027, because the longer you go past the 5-year period, the less weight it gets given, and the more likely developers are saying, well, that plan's too far, it's too old, give me my windfall site here. But it will still be the real plan, but it doesn't alter the fact that it only had a 5-year lifespan up to November 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Oh, sorry. It was just a supplementary to Councillor Braun there. I would just echo again what I said to Councillor McEwen. At the time of writing the plan, there was both H68 and H69 from Eagle. H68 has now been delivered.
And again, it's a complex question in relation to local development plan, life cycles, replacement, etc. But under the legislation, the lifetime of LDP2 is 5 years. It was incumbent on Perth Kinross Council to move to replace that plan within that period. However, as you will know, there has been significant legislative change, additional requirements, a requirement for clarification on the process associated to the preparation of new local development plans, etc., which has meant, and we've had a very successful record recently of replacing our plans on time. But in this case, the complexity of the change in regulation and legislation has meant that there has been a delay across the country generally. So we're not going to have a new LDP in place within the accepted timeline under the previous legislative framework, but we're already, as you know, undertaking significant work in relation to replacing the current plan, and the big place conversations have been ongoing. So it's a difficult question to answer in the way that maybe you're asking, but the fact is LDP2 has a lifetime that runs until November next year.
Thank you. I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Thanks, convener. I have a feeling that Mr. Smith may give me the same answer to my question that he has just given to the last one, but I'll just flag something up. Just looking at the current LDP, and it says it's up to across the area up to 2029 and beyond, which would seem to be different to what we've heard already. Wondered if there's any thoughts on that.
Chrissy Crowds coming first. I did have a quiet exchange with the convener during early part of deliberations, and my comment to him was that the guidance in the opening page of LDP2 isn't perhaps as clear as it could have been, because, as we've said several times, the 5-year period runs until 2024, but there is indicative guidance for a 10-year period up to 2029, and I don't think that's as clearly explained in the introduction by the former Leader of Administration as it could perhaps have been. But that's the explanation.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? No further questions. Can I ask for a motion? Councillor Braun.
Thanks, convener. This has been a complex application for what is a relatively small village. However, on this occasion, I am going to move to refuse the application. The core of my thoughts, if you want to put it that way, are the fact that this is a significantly historical village. I think it's one of the oldest in Scotland. I've read that somewhere, maybe in the papers, I don't know, but it's one of the oldest in Scotland. And I think the fact that there's a first century Iron Age village present would indicate that that is the case. I'm sure they had easier planning applications in those days for building a village, but nonetheless, it's there. So there is I actually visit the drive through the village every week on the way to Dundee, and I took the opportunity to stop and walk through last week to have a good look around on foot. Properties are various designs, but they are of a village design, I would say, with a small shop and the pub and whatever. I'm concerned about the design of this application, the properties. I'm a little concerned about the way we've changed the numbers on the LDP, but I understand it's a complex issue and I understand the explanations that you've given to me. So I have to go with you on those, but I feel that it is the design here which is the problem, and the number of properties in there. We've heard from people, and it's been very emotive from people. I understand that their concerns are the numbers, and I would have thought that listen to everybody and the architect as well, that given this village is there, that there could be some way of building around it, not necessarily just 50 houses, perhaps a few more, but to encompass this find and retain it for the future, because these historical places are important. They are our past, and they are representative of what life was like 2,000 years ago, and they shouldn't be lost just for the sake of building. So to bring it down to policies, Mr. Fogg, I think I'm looking at my concerns that it contravenes policy 1A, policy 1B-C, I think policy 17. And given, I appreciate that we haven't had a final find on this archaeological site, I think we should err on the side of caution and it shouldn't be lost. And therefore I'm saying it contravenes policy 26B. And I'll add on there probably NPF4, policy 14, part of that. We touched on prime agricultural land, but I appreciate that doesn't concern us as it's part of the LDP. But that's my thoughts, Mr. Fogg. So I don't know if there's a seconder for that, but what do you want to check it through? But I'll leave it with you.
Before you seek a seconder, Councillor Braun, there are some aspects of that submission that would concern me as on the basis that I don't think they've got any prospect of being supported were the developer to appeal a refusal based on them. You've expressed concern in a very general way to the number of properties, but as we know, the scale of density has been described as not high. I think it was 6 or 8 houses per acre, and that's not a high level of density. It's also within the indicative scale that was identified in the development plan. So I think it's very difficult to see how you could then justify that the size of the development was excessive. Separately, you seem to be suggesting that the area of the architectural dig should be protected against any built development, and doing so before we've had a response back from Perth Kinross Heritage Trust, who might be quite content with the information they've got and the approach that's been taken, and not be supporting your proposal that that area be preserved. So at best, I would say that was a premature reason, standing the lack of knowledge to support it. Separately, you have referred to your concern about the design, and you've founded on background policies 1A and 1B. But I think it would be incumbent on you to be a bit more specific in view of what the architect has said, that they've made an attempt to replicate some of the local vernacular and features that are currently present within the village of Meagle. So I'm not quite clear what it is about this proposal. So perhaps you could elaborate on that. But there's other aspects of it. I think you have to accept that being a identified site in the development plan, the principle is established, and that whatever you say couldn't be really seeking to circumvent that existing commitment of the council.
My view of the design that's described in the report on handling of the properties, in my mind, doesn't fit the properties around the area. It's not that they're not similar in any way, and I think that the environment of the village should be maintained. There's quite a prominent site. If you're driving along, my view of policy 1A is that development must contribute positively to the quality of the surrounding built and natural environment, and I don't think that's the case here. And policy 1B, it says all proposals must meet the following criteria, and 1BC says the design and density should complement its surroundings in terms of appearance, height, scale, massy materials, finishes and colours, which I don't think it does for the rest of the village. Sorry.
There is some subjectivity, as Mr. Robb did indicate, so it's hard. I don't think you can say you're not entitled to take that view, and I think that could be advanced. I have reservations about its prospects. Can I take the opportunity to ask you to expand in relation to 26B and NPF 4, which aspect of those you are opposing?
Yes, I think when it came to 26B, I was erring on the side of caution that this shouldn't be lost. And by making it quite clear that we're protecting the site, the council will seek to protect areas or sites of known archaeological interest and their settings. And I'd say I appreciate the report hasn't been finalised, but it was just to protect that. I think it's important that's done.
The difficulty there is that position could change, when the report is received next week or next month. That is perhaps more a reason for deferral for that further information than actually a reason for refusal, because you don't know what we're going to be advised by those experts.
NPF4 was policy 14, and that was it comes back to very much what we were saying on policy 1A. Let's see. It says distinctive supporting attention to detail of local architectural styles and natural landscapes. That was the section I was thinking of, but no.
I accept that they're consistent with your position you're taking on the background policies. So you would need to, if you are justified in that, you could then found on NPF 4, policy 14. Okay. So essentially then, I think you're looking to refuse based on your view that the proposal is contrary to the background policies 1A and 1BC, and also residential policy 17 and NPF policy 14. I do struggle to see how policy 26B could be insisted upon.
I appreciate that, Mr. Fogg, but that was just a precautionary measure. But if you feel that should wait, then that's fine. I'm happy to drop that one. But I do feel that it's important that we have a site that's developed correctly, and I'm concerned that it doesn't fit in with the village as it is, and it's a historically important village. And that's my reasoning behind all three of those. So it's policy 1A, 1BC, and 17, and MPF 14. Yeah.
Councillor Forbes, you've got a point of clarity.
Yeah, thanks, convener. There's an awful lot of talk about the historical, the archaeological aspect of this. We're all concerned about this. I think Mr. Fogg just said that report will be available next week or next month. So I'm wondering why we're discussing this today and why this wasn't brought to a meeting next month when we will have this report.
Thank you, Councillor Forbes. Like I said, I think it was Bailey McLaren that asked the question. The developer doesn't have to do the dig before a decision is issued. They've just been proactive in this instance and done the dig. Under normal circumstances, we would make a decision today with the archaeological condition on it, and then we would review the report findings as and when they're available. It would be unreasonable for us to defer on the basis that they've been proactive and already started the works, because that's preempting what the planning conditions will say. We will still have an opportunity to review what comes in as part of a planning condition, and we have got that condition attached. It's just in this instance that the developer has been proactive and done it before it's at committee today. That's not normal procedure.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Councillor Cuthbert, you're going to second the motion with an additional point.
I think we all need some lunch. Yeah. Yeah, just to say, I agree with what Councillor Braun said and the motion he's putting forward. I just wanted to add in that I'm not comfortable with the block 7 and 8 and their location. They are within feet of the side of the site, immediately adjacent to neighbouring properties, and I don't think they fit and improve and add to the character and immunity of the place. So I'd add that as a further item to be added to it if he's willing to accept it into his motion.
Councillor Braun.
Happy to accept it if necessary.
Yes, I am. Councillor Bailey, you're putting forward an amendment.
Well, is that an amendment?
Amendment to the motion. The motion was.
The motion, yeah, my amendment is to follow our officer's recommendations and approve the application. I'm satisfied after the debate that we have addressed the concerns that have been put to us today. We also have letters of support of this application as well. And we've had quite a robust discussion around everything. The site is an allocated site within our LDP. We have housing needs. So my amendment is to follow the guidance of the officers. So if I'm happy to take a seconder.
Councillor McEwen, you're going to second the amendment?
Yes, I think as Bailey has said that, you know, I was quite concerned at some of the things that were said by the deputations, and I think that and I certainly listened to other councillors' questions that I had myself, that they asked the questions and explored the other angles that were raised by the public on this application. And I don't think we have any firm grounds to actually object against this plan that won't be overturned by the reporter, and that's just a cost to this council. You know, the historical stuff and the numbers, I think I explored that to the 9th degree with the officer trying to explain it to me all at once in slightly different ways. So I do think we have tried our best to explore and ensure that this application does fit all the criteria it must. Obviously, the historic stuff could come back and make this application not viable, but that'll be for another planning application should that occur.
Thank you. Members, do we have any comments on the report? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, convener. My comment is that we've had, from a small community, 59 objections. Those are the ones that we're aware of. We also have accusations that we've had no attendance at to hear local concerns from officers. Can we get better at this, please?
Thank you. Any more comments? Councillor Braun, do you want to sum up your motion?
No, thanks, convener. I think I've said enough.
Thank you. Bailey McLaren, do you want to sum up?
I'm content, thank you.
I now hand over to Mr. Fogg.
Thank you, convener. The motion is made by Councillor Braun, seconded by Councillor Cuthbert, which is to refuse the application on the basis that the proposal before you does not conform to the development plan, and specifically background policies 1A and 1B, subparagraph C of LDP 2, and addition that it does not comply with the residential policy 17 of that same document, nor is it compliant with NPF 4 policy 14, was it? 14. And the amendment is by Bailey McLaren, which is to approve the application in accordance with the Director of Planning and Development's report of handling. That amendment is seconded by Councillor McEwen. I'll pass over to my colleague to take the roll call vote.
Members, when I call your name, if you let me know if you're voting for the motion or the amendment. Councillor Allen.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Cuthbert.
Motion.
Councillor Forbes.
Motion.
Councillor Harvey.
Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Amendment.
Councillor Leishman.
Amendment.
Councillor Massey.
Amendment.
Bailey McLaren.
Amendment.
Councillor McPherson.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Motion.
Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
And Councillor McEwen.
Amendment.
Thank you. I have 5 votes for the motion and 7 for the amendment, and therefore the amendment will carry.
Thank you for that. That means that the permission is granted in line with the conditions contained in the report of handling. Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we take a lunch break now. Are we all agreed to that? Yeah. 45 minutes, yeah?
Or less. I'm happy with less, depending on people in the chamber.
Yeah, past. So we've got all back here at 2:30. Hello and welcome back to the second part of the Planning and Placemaking Committee of 11th October 2023. I'll ask the clerk to just confirm attendance, please. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. We have apologies this afternoon from Bailey McLaren. We've got members online. I'll ask them to confirm they're present. Councillor Forbes.
Yes, good afternoon, still here.
Councillor Harvey.
Yes, present.
Councillor Leishman.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Reid.
Present.
Thank you. All other members are back in the chambers, convener.
Thank you. Right, swiftly move on to item 513, which is the formation of a 49.99 megawatt battery energy storage compound comprising battery storage units, building and equipment, bogland restoration, landscaping and associated works at Shundur, Feral, Hillwood, Braco. And to introduce the report is Mr. Panton. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. The final major item on the agenda today, as stated, is for the formation of a battery storage facility and associated works near Braco. There have been no public objections to the proposed development, and the application is only before you today as it constitutes a major development. I will now take the committee through a short presentation to detail the proposals further. Next slide, please. So if we can just skip to the location plan, which is the next slide. Thank you. Oh, back one, sorry. That's it, perfect, thanks. So here we have a location plan showing the site under question. The site is to the east of the existing Braco substation, which is accessed via a lengthy access road which connects to the B8033. You can make out Braco itself from the plan in front of you, which falls approximately 3.8 kilometres to the east of the site. Next slide, please. This is a proposed site plan. You can see the general layout here and can also make out that the majority of the development is to be located to the southern half of the site. The facility is proposing 50 battery storage units housed within steel shipping containers. Next slide, please. Here we have a typical elevation plan for some of the components proposed as part of the development. The final detailing of these units are proposed to be controlled via planning conditions attached to the report before you. Next slide, please. We now move to a series of recent photographs. This first image shows where the access track meets the B8033. You can see this is a wide access suitable for HGVs. The pink arrow points towards the direction of Braco. Next slide, please. This photograph shows the existing Braco substation to the west of the development site. This substation is the substation that will be utilised by the proposed development. Next slide, please. This next image shows the substation when viewed from further back at the approximate location of the entrance to the application site. It is worth noting that the small white car in the image is the Perth and Kinross Council pool vehicle, which I used for conducting my site visit. This small car managed to get all the way up the access track to the application site with absolutely no issues, which should give members an indication of the standard of the access track to this point. Next slide, please. This image now shows part of the application site, which has formerly been used for commercial woodland and has now been felled for around 10 years. You can again make out the substation to the left of the image. Next slide, please. This photograph is taken from the entrance to the substation looking back towards the site. The red arrow denotes the approximate location of the application site. Your attention is drawn towards the pylons on the left of the image and the wind turbines on the horizon that already exist in this area. Next slide, please. This next image shows the development site itself in greater detail. You can tell from this image that the site is relatively well enclosed and is not highly visible from any public carriageway. Next slide, please. This final photograph shows the application site looking in a northwestern direction. You will note in the report before you that the soils here are carbon rich, and a peat survey and draft peat management plan has been submitted as part of this application and has been reviewed and agreed by the Council, SEPA and Nature Scott. Next slide, please. Thank you, Convener. That now concludes my presentation. I will leave members with the proposed site plan for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Patton. Do members have any questions for officers? Councillor Braun.
Yep, just a quick question, and Mr. Pens has pretty much answered it, but the track, would it be presumably wide enough to get a fire engine or anything up there if there's a fire? These things, they can burst in flames, so there'll be a local worry, I suspect, in woodland as well, that it might catch fire, so I presume an engine can get up there quite easily.
Correct, yeah, you'll see the first photograph I sent you, it's a relatively wide access onto the access track itself, so emergency vehicles and larger vehicles who would then deliver these storage units would get onto the access track. And as you'll have seen from the photo of the small pool car which I used, it's a pretty good surface the whole way up. Now, the SSE substation that's already there is obviously required to be serviced, and they already make sure the track is clear to get emergency vehicles to the substation if needed. So the track is in pretty good condition for the likes of that event. Hopefully we'll never need it.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, convener. It's a follow-on from Councillor Braun. These facilities have got the potential for going on fire and it being incredibly difficult to deal with. Has the Fire and Rescue Service been consulted for their input?
Thank you, Councillor Reid. I think this issue has been discussed at previous committees, and maybe just reiterate that there's no statutory requirement to consult the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, and as such we haven't done so. But as Mr Panton indicated previously, there is free and easy access for emergency services to get there in the very unlikely event that they were required to attend.
Thank you, Mr Smith. I'm very aware that there is no consultation required, but I think we need to possibly put our bar a wee bit higher. We do know that these things go on fire, and it wouldn't be beyond a bit of a common sense approach to deal and speak directly with the experts in this.
Thanks, Councillor Reid. I think maybe to give some comfort, the building warrant process would see consultation with the Scottish Fire Rescue Service.
Well, as long as somebody's talking to them.
Okay, thank you. I see no further questions. Would committee be happy to go ahead and grant permission in line with the conditions contained in the report of handling? Be happy to do that? Yeah. Thank you. Moving on to local applications. And the first local application is the change of use of storage shed to form a shop, siting off a workshop unit for furniture. I'm going to read it off here. Furniture, recycling, restoration, formation of parking area and associated works, land north east of Causeway Cottage, Scotland Well, Kinross. And to introduce the report is Mr. Williamson.
Thank you very much, convener. The first local application today relates to a site located towards the southeastern edge of Loch Leven, close to the Scottish Gliding Centre at Portmoak, which itself is south of Scotland Well, just off the causeway. The wider site forms part of low-lying, largely agricultural fields, with interspersed rural properties and businesses. Directly adjacent to this site is the Causeway Cattery, a separate dwelling Causeway Cottage House, while the application premise is already in use as Causeway Creations, a furniture restoration business. This application has been referred to committee in light of the receipt of an objection from the Portmoak Community Council, who consider that the design, materials and appearance of the proposal is not appropriate and not in keeping with the surroundings. They did, however, flag that they are generally endorsing rural business diversification and enterprise. I will now take the committee through a short presentation to deal with the proposals further. As you'll see on the screen here, we have an aerial extract plan showing the site in relation to the causeway, which lies 90 metres to the east, and the Portmoak airfield, which lies west of the site. Next slide, please. Next, we see a location plan. This illustrates the shared access into the site and its relationship with the applicant's dwelling, Causeway Cottage House, and their existing cattery business, which also operates at this site. Also adjacent are the applicant's stables, which are for their use. Next slide, please. This site plan provides more detail in respect of the layout and parking arrangements proposed. The furniture business operates out of an existing low-scale profiled sheeted building with the green coloration, while a new workshop is partially completed directly adjacent to the east, shaded grey. Next slide, please. Members will now see the elevations of the associated buildings. As outlined within section 47 of the report, the finish of the workshop building would be in the foreground when viewed from the causeway, would be timber-clad walls and a profiled sheeted roof. Next slide, please. This slide shows the floor plan with the retail area contained within the lean-to building adjoining the stables and the workshop within the new building under construction just adjacent. Next slide, please. We now move on to a series of recent photographs. This first image shows the view from the site entrance adjacent to the causeway. It also indicates the scale of existing buildings beyond and the provision of some landscaping in the intervening area in between. Next slide, please. Next, we should see the shared area adjacent to the applicant's dwelling on the left, access through to the cattery, the applicant's stables, and then on the right-hand side, the converted retail premise under consideration today. Next slide, please. This photo shows the entrance into the retail premise and illustrates the low level of scale in comparison to the larger adjacent stable. It also illustrates the materials relate to one another. Next slide, please. Next, we see the partially completed workshop building and an adjacent temporary store during the construction. As previously intimated, the walls would be clad with timber as part of the finished appearance with a profiled sheet roof. Next slide, please. These last respective photographs are taken from the site entrance with the causeway looking north to Scotland Well at the top, then south towards Ballingray at the bottom. Next slide, please. Thank you, convener. That now concludes my presentation. I will leave members with the proposed site plan for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. Do we have any questions for officers? Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, convener. Yeah, it's just really the objection from the Community Council was twofold in a way. One was that this is actually in retrospect rather than being a new application. The buildings are already getting built. The other one is the question of the look of the building. So my question for officers is, do they think that the building that's going in is suitable for the group it's sitting within? They're complaining about the numbers of different angles of roofs and so on. So our office is comfortable with the design, if you like.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cuthbert. Yes, ultimately we are satisfied with the design arrangements in this instance. Clearly from the photos that I've shown to members today, we do acknowledge that it is in a partially completed form, and it's undoubtedly unfortunate the applicant had got to this position before realising that planning permission would indeed be required. But given the setback from the causeway at about 90 metres, and given the scale of the adjoining stables, etc. beyond, they are materials which are not uncommon within a rural context, i.e. the use of profile sheeting for roofs, etc. And the addition of timber cladding onto it will certainly be a welcome addition to help it blend into the existing landscape. And as I say, there has been some landscaping which has gone in the intervening land between the site and the road, and that in time will soften the appearance even further still.
Any more questions? See no further questions, and I'll ask again, are we minded to grant permission in line with the conditions contained in the report of handling? Does anybody have any objection to that? No? Are we okay for that? Yeah, thank you. We go on to the next local application, and that's for the erection of a dwelling house in principle land 75 metres northwest of Mulmac, Soccer, Kinross, Perth. And to introduce the report is Mr. Williamson. Thank you.
Thank you again, convener. The second and final local application today relates to the potential addition of a dwelling to an existing grouping within the hamlet of Soccer near Kinross. The site lies in a rural context, approximately 1 kilometre due east of the A94, at a point roughly halfway between Balbeggie and Burrelton. This application has been referred to committee in light of the receipt of 8 letters of objection to the proposals for reasons outlined in section 22 of the report, which include loss of agricultural land, density, access, and various potential impacts on residential amenity, among others. I will now take the committee through a short presentation to detail the proposals further. Initially, here we have the aerial extract showing the site in relation to the localised network of roads and surrounding agricultural hinterland. Next slide, please. Next, we see the block plan, which illustrates the use of the existing road leading to the site access and the linear nature of the site boundaries, seeking to tie in with alignment of adjacent property boundaries. The plan also illustrates the wider land ownership of the applicant, which covers the immediate surrounding farmland. The majority of the adjacent dwellings are privately owned. In this instance, as the proposal is for planning permission in principle, the plan shows the indicative position of a single dwelling house taking cognizance of the building lines of the respective lines of dwellings. It also illustrates the retention of existing trees and hedgerows, as well as some new landscaping provision. Next slide, please. This slide provides a partial extract from the supporting statement, which provides drone imagery from the east of Soccer on the left-hand side, from the north on the right-hand side. Next slide, please. We now move on to a series of recent photographs. This first image shows the view northwards from the proposed site entrance between Pathways and Kinross. It also indicates the existing boundary treatment and landscape character within the immediate area. Next slide, please. Next, we see the view to the site across the hamlet's main area of open amenity space, which is a short walk from the application site. The picture also illustrates the variety in property scale between single and 2 stories. Next slide, please. This photo shows the location of the proposed vehicular entrance to the site, which would be on the left-hand side of the telegraph pole. As shall be heard from in due course, there is a dispute over the entitlement to utilise this area of ground. However, ownership is a civil matter which would have to be addressed in order to deliver in due course, as outlined in section 41 of the report. Next slide, please. These last respective photographs are taken looking at the immediately adjacent properties, Pathways on the left and Kinross to the right, and shows the use of rendered walls and either slated or tiled roofs as being evident of the character of adjacent properties. Next slide, please. Thank you, convener. That now concludes my presentation. I will leave members with the proposed site plan for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Williamson. I'll now hand over to the Vice Convener for the deputations procedures. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. And I see Mr. Geddes has joined us on line 3.
Next slide, please. Next, we see the view to the site across the hamlet's main area of open amenity space, which is a short walk from the application.
Hello, Mr. Geddes.
Oh, yes, speaking.
Hello, sorry, we're getting some interference coming through.
Is that better now?
Yeah, okay. Hello, I'm Grant Stewart. I'm the Vice Convener of the Planning and Placemaking, and you are here to make a deputation to the application for the house in Soccer. You have got 10 minutes to make your deputation. After 9 minutes, I'll give you a prompt with 1 minute to go. And I'll start the clock whenever you start your deputation. Is that okay?
Yep, that's no problem.
In your own time, Mr. Geddes.
Yeah, either what it is I'm putting an objection about is the access. I currently, on my title deeds, own what he is stating that he's going to be accessing through, and I know that you're saying it's a civil matter as such, but I can't see how the conditions can be met in the planning if there is no access to the site. What he's planning on doing is accessing through land I own. I've sent in my title deeds, and as you see on that, my title borders with the neighbouring property, so there is no access available to come in through there. And also there was a planning application put in for my house. It wasn't me personally back in 2011, and it shows site boundaries which are exactly the same as they are at the moment. So I'm 99% sure that my title deeds are correct in what I own. What else have I got here? Obviously, I see it. They're saying they are planning to approve it. I don't see how it can be approved if he does not own the land to access the site. It is impossible as such for them to access that when my property title borders the next door neighbour's property as well. And that's really all I've got to say on the matter as such as the land. I feel like it shouldn't be decided until the land dispute is put to bed as such, who owns what as such, and I'm 99% sure I own where he's trying to access the site from.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes. I presume you've ended your deputation?
Yeah, that's it. I've just got, as I say, the only thing I've got to put is the access issues. And that is really that is the end of it, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Are you willing to take questions from committee members if they wish?
Yeah, that's no problem, yeah.
Okay, give us a moment if I'll give people the opportunity to submit a question. Bear with us.
Perfect. No problem.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, and thank you for letting us know about your objection. Can I ask, have you been in discussion with the applicant, and are we at an impasse, or is there a possibility that at some stage you might come to an agreement?
I've not been in contact with the applicant at all, no, because as far as I am aware, according to my title deed, I own. There is no black and white as such. I own. It's on my title deed. I own where he's accessing. So I've not spoke to him, and as I said in my objections as well, under no circumstances will I allow him to come in through my driveway to the to the proposal as such, because the way it is at the moment as well, my driveway is probably about a foot or 2 foot lower than where they're proposing to put it, and to get into where they're talking about as such, they're going over the top of Soccer's septic tanks. So my driveway would have to be altered in height to allow them to get up into the site. And then obviously the driveway is going to be a different height to the house. The driveway is then going to be higher than my house, so under no circumstance will I allow them to come in. And I have spoke to my solicitor when this first came about, and there is no rights of access in my title deed for him to come through where he's saying there is.
There appears to be no further questions, Mr. Geddes. Thank you for your time.
Perfect, thanks very much.
Convener, there's no further deputation, so I'll hand back to yourself.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for officers?
I am aware that according to my title deed, I own.
Councillor Allen.
Thanks, convener. It's just really to help me. Is this a regular thing where we would get an applicant applying for planning permission, not having corresponded with people who he requires access from?
Thank you, Councillor. Oh, sorry, Christian, I'll let you get that one.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Councillor Allen. Yes, it does happen from time to time. I think the situation here is though that there is a dispute between the two parties, but as we've indicated before, it's not the council's role to adjudicate on those disputes. The applicant has given indication in the application form as to what his position, and the deputy you've just heard from has given his view as well, but that's really for them to sort out the legal consequences of that and whether or not there are any alterations to the title deeds required. So what we're looking at here is the appropriateness of land use and how that land could be developed, and we're comfortable with that. What the underlying land ownership is not a matter for us to consider.
Councillor Braun.
Yeah, thanks, convener. I've read in one of the paper objectors, I think, talking about the access will go over septic tanks or pipes to septic tanks. Will that Are we not concerned about that? The weight of vehicular traffic, particularly construction?
Yeah, again, just given that I'm here, can look you in the eye, I'll maybe cover that. Again, that's legal matters. So if there would be legal provisions in place which would cover what rights people had to use land for the depositing and siting of their septic tank and associated waste, as it maybe is indicated here, the land in question is owned by the applicant. And again, it would be a legal consideration as to whether or not their current arrangements were amended. But again, that's for those parties involved to take care of.
Councillor Illingworth.
I can't see why this has come to committee. There only seem to be 2 objections and not from a community council.
I can confirm that there's 8 letters of objection to this planning application, hence the referral to committee.
Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
If Mr. Geddes, thanks convener, if Mr. Geddes is correct in his assertion, what impact will that have on any planning process?
Happy to answer, convener. It would mean that this applicant couldn't implement his development, and it will fall after 3 years.
And if we give planning permission, does that alter the weight of legal argument in the boundary as to who owns what?
Not at all. Entirely separate.
Thank you. Any further questions? Can I ask a question? Can Mr. Williamson explain to me what, in principle and full planning permission, what is the difference between the 2 of them?
No problem at all, convener. Obviously, in this instance, it is planning permission in principle that's been applied for. Obviously, that seeks to establish the principle of a development without having to go into the full detail of ultimately what would be delivered upon site. With that, the requirement for planning permission in principle is that it's granted subject to a 5-year time period. So the further details have got to come in during that time, at which we would be afforded the opportunity to consider siting, design, layout, and the implications upon any other adjacent property as per standard with planning applications. The alternative is the submission of an application for full planning permission where all the details are provided up front, and that itself carries a 3-year permission associated with that. So ultimately what we're part of in this instance is the 2-stage process where it's just looking to establish the principle first and foremost, and thereafter, if it was successful, they would have to come in with a further application in due course. Hope that clarifies it for you.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. Can I ask for a motion for this if there's no further questions? Councillor Braun.
Thank you, convener. And sorry to say again, I'm going to move to refuse this one. The paperwork in front of us indicates there was a previous application, and that was refused predominantly because of the access track. And this has now been revised, obviously, to where it is in the current application. Although there's legal ins and outs on it, I understand, but that's not our concern. But going back to the original application, the other reason for refusal was that it was contrary to policy 9B of National Planning Framework 4, as the proposal is on a greenfield site and is not explicitly supported by policies of Perth and Kinross Local Development Plan. The proposal also fails to meet any of the categories of development allowed by policy 17, which I would assume still apply as we sit here now. And I also note, of course, it's prime agricultural land, which is 3.1. And I note that it is a small area of it, but nonetheless, in this day and age, prime agricultural land is a necessity for local growth. So I would also say it contravenes policy 50. But the reason for refusal number 2 in the original application, in my mind, still applies. Mr. Fogg may need to look at that now.
Sorry, which policy on the MPF4?
Sorry, it's actually the proposal is contrary to policy 9B
On the MPF4?
on NPF4.
Right, thank you.
And also policy 17 of rural homes and rules policy 17 of MPF4 as well, rural homes.
I'm obliged to Christian there for clarifying the reason for the difference between the previous application, Councillor Braun, and the current one is that the last time the application wasn't supported by LDP policies because of the unsatisfactory convoluted access. That has been removed. So now the view is that it brings it in alignment with local development plan, and therefore it's not contrary to policy 9 of MPF4 either. So that's not actually a reason for refusal now. Just bear with me. I'll get more used to it. Yeah, I'm not immediately seeing anything about this application which offends policy 17 or the MPF4. The advice you've had is that this plot, which is in principle only, as we know, could allow for a proposal to come forward, which would be of an appropriate scale and appropriately cited to be in character with the area of the development and the soccer hamlet. I don't see why you would be saying it was non-compliant with that policy, but
Sorry, that was on the original refusal. I'm working from that.
Yeah, again, it links back to the reasons for refusal in relation to that application, which have been addressed through the alternative access proposal here. I think that in very basic terms, the reason this proposal is before us and is being accepted is because the access has been rerouted to a small driveway rather than a very lengthy access road along the back of the existing houses to the east.
and because it's in principle, none particular design aspects don't arise yet. That would follow at a later stage with the subsequent application. This is just the principle.
Appreciate that, but it does say the proposed on the greenfield site. You know, so we have come up with
a greenfield site was being inappropriately accessed, but in effect, and again, if we look at the plans in front of us, it's an infill site, so there is an area undeveloped between two houses.
And it's also prime agricultural land. 3.1, right, clearly says.
Yes, it's agricultural land, and it's for the committee to take a view. The recommendation in the report before you by officers is that this is an opportunity to effectively square off the settlement of soccer in a way that can be justified, and that whilst it's a very, very modest diminution of agricultural land, because it is at present, on balance, the planning views that can be justified by the other merits of the scheme. But it's for the committee to take a view at the end of the day.
I'll follow through on the policy 50. That contravenes policy 50 if somebody will second me, but if not, then I'll have to drop it. But I'll leave it at that. If I get a second, then we'll go from there.
I'm happy to second.
Policy 50, which is prime agricultural land. On LDP2, yeah. Sorry, switching backwards and forwards. 3.1 it says in the report handling.
Councillor McEwen, you have an amendment.
Thank you, Convener. This is an outline planning application to, as has already been said, fill in the corner of a site that's already been developed. This is so far away from anything getting built there. There are so many obstacles and hurdles and everything else. That another application is going to have to come to this committee before anything can even possibly get built. So I see no harm in it going forward. It would be in parity with the other houses having been built in the similar site in the similar way. My personal view is I don't ever see it happening, but I don't see why we can refuse it as an outline planning permission.
I'll second that amendment. Do members have any comments on the report? No comments. Councillor Braun, do you want to sum up the motion?
Thanks, Convener. Not really. I understand where Councillor McEwen's coming from. I appreciate what he's saying, but my understanding is when you grant outlaw in principle planning, you effectively categorise that land can be built on. And that's the seriousness of it, I think. I'm right in saying, Mr. Fogg, and that's what we're trying to protect now. So if you go with in principle, it means that a house could be built there, whatever the design might end up being. Thank you.
Councillor McEwen.
I suppose my angle on that is that all the other houses were built there under similar circumstances, and this is just squaring off the area, the piece of land. It's not starting on a new piece of land or doing anything different that has already happened.
Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. The motion is by Councillor Braun to refuse the application on the proposal on the grounds that the proposal would entail the loss of prime quality agricultural land, thereby being a breach of policy 50 of Local Development Plan 2. And that motion is seconded by Councillor Reid. The amendment is by Councillor McEwen, seconded by Councillor Massey, yourself, to approve as per the recommendation in the report of handling.
Thank you. To be clear, Councillor Forbes has advised he was not in the meeting for part of that discussion, so won't be voting. Members, when I call your name, please let me know if you're voting for the motion or the amendment. Councillor Allen.
Motion.
Councillor Braun.
Motion.
Councillor Cuthbert.
Amendment.
Councillor Harvey.
Amendment.
Councillor Illingworth.
Amendment.
Councillor Leishman.
Amendment.
Councillor Massey.
Amendment.
Councillor McPherson.
Amendment.
Councillor Reid.
Motion.
And Councillor Stewart.
Amendment.
Sorry, yeah, Councillor McEwen. Thank you. I have 3 votes for the motion and 8 for the amendment, and therefore the amendment will carry.
Thank you for that. Therefore, permission is granted in line with the conditions contained in the report of handling. Thank you. Nearly there. Right, now we have a proposal of application notice, and this is for the formation of a 49.9 megawatt battery energy storage facility, formation of access and associated works, land 400 metres south east of Endrig, Jamesfield, Newborough, Cooper. Do we have any comments on this pan? Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, it's just, can I ask for particular attention to be paid to the sort of cumulative impact? I understand this one is quite close to another similar site, and I'm just concerned you might have a massive power shock comes through and sets both alight at once.
Thank you. Any other comments? No. So we'll move swiftly on to the next item, which is the formation of a 49.9 megawatt solar farm comprising ground-mounted solar arrays, inverters, transformers, a substation, a DNO substation, battery storage facility, security fencing, CCTV cameras, cabling, access tracks and associated works at Kinross Park Farm, Mervyn, Perth. Can we ask any comments on that one? And we've got Councillor Illingworth.
Thank you, Convener. I've got 7 comments to make. I'll do them as quickly as I usually do. Comment 1, I'd like to ask planners to consider the employment impacts vis-a-vis arable land versus solar farms. 2 is I'd like to consider the possible loss of prime agricultural land in terms of food production. 3, I'd like them to consider the visual impact putting of a solar farm in that locality. Number 4, I'd like them to consider the use of chemicals in cleaning the solar panels. Am I going too fast? Okay. Number 5, I'd like them to consider the impact on the core path network. Number 6, I'd like them to consider the impact on local housing. There's a number of houses in the site. So. And number 7, any possible impact on flooding. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Illingworth. Can't type that fast. I'm just going to check I've got everything you listed there. So that was consider employment impact, the arable versus solar argument, the loss of agricultural land, the visual impact of the development, the use of chemicals for cleaning the units, the impact upon the core path network, residential impact upon existing receptors, and the potential flooding impacts. Was that everything? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cuthbert.
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, just is it possible for officers to explore with the developer the possibility of having elevated solar panels so that animals could be grazed underneath and potentially the crops can be grown underneath the solar panels? I understand this is something that's been done elsewhere in the world, and that might solve some of the problems of the arable farmland that we're losing to these sites.
Thank you. Councillor McEwen.
Thank you. Looking at the map and looking on Google Images, although this solar farm would be about a field away from the A85, I still think there could be issues with glare for drivers on that road, because I think to that southwest would get a sort of setting sun type of stuff, and with the glare and effect on drivers. It might be far enough away, but I don't know about angles and reflections. I'm sure there's computer programs that do all that for you.
Thank you, Councillor McEwen. There seems to be no more comments, and as there is none, that brings us to the end of the proceedings for today. So thank you very much for everyone joining in and contributing to the Planning and Placemaking Committee. Thank you.